and we're gonna keep working on the Live2D MOC3 reverse engineering. So today I would like to start working on actually narrowing down how the rendering works, because last time we figured out pretty much the entire structure of the file, but just because you know what data is there doesn't mean you know what to do with the data. So there's a lot of little details that have to be confirmed. So I think today we're going to be doing some test cases, some experiments, some writing out mock files, and see how that works. So yeah, let me my calibration's off again. Okay, I think it's better now. So let me say hi to everyone. Hello, hello, Zaxat. Hello, boy, hello, Zodi, hello, hello, guest, hello, Oles Kids, hello, Crossjay, hello, Maxios, hello, Murstaki, hello, Nikos, hello, the Green Monkey Gamer, hello, Penny Exclamation Marks, hello, everyone. So, yeah, that's the plan today is, first we're gonna make the MOC3 code that I came up with last time. We're going to make it write MOC3 files, which is not going to be very hard, but there's a couple of things that have to be done. And after that, we can make a change and prove that it works. And then I want to start, I want to create a MOC3 file from scratch, a very simple one, and to see how it renders. And so we're going to create some test patterns, because I need to work some things out about how the deformations work before I can, you know, make sense of this. And anything we can figure out now before we start actually writing a render means less, you know, less guesswork and less doing things the wrong way, less, you know, missteps in the future. So that's the plan. And yeah, I think we're just pretty much gonna get started. Maybe before that, mention that I've been thinking about how to actually render MOC3, and I haven't settled on a framework yet. I want to eventually use, I'm going to write the parser in Rust. I want to eventually use something like Rust WGPU for rendering, but I'm stuck on a few details about rendering extensions and how to do this all efficiently in the future. But that's more of a question for the future. However, if anyone is experienced with WGPU in Rust, I would be happy to talk about that. All right, I think we can pretty much get started. Let me make sure that I am all good here. Close some stuff. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, let's go. So, we're mostly where we left off last time. I didn't really touch this between streams, except for like one little thing here I mentioned when I tried to load my new secret, not yet ready, maybe ready, we'll see, model, and I found out that there's something interesting going on with this field. So actually this shouldn't really be fragment config, it's probably more like render config, but anyway. So this all works. Now the next thing I want to do is create a writer for MOC3. So that should not be too hard. Essentially, there's one more thing we need to add actually to the metadata here to write things out properly, which is each field, which is interesting. I might have to put these in here somehow. Each of these fields has to be annotated with an alignment. And I didn't think about where to put that yet, because these are just objects, but individual fields have different alignment requirements. So I need to figure out what those are, whether they are consistent, and how to make that happen. So let's see. Let's just try writing out a MOC3 file and see if it makes sense. I also need to, once I have a working file, make a little client for the VTube Studio API so I can easily reload the model, so I don't have to keep like loading it by hand. So yeah, we have a Python dump of all the objects here. The objects are loaded from the MOC3 file, the the core load code is mostly here in parse, and then let's go to the left side here. So there's load field here, and this is what is doing the where is this? So this is actually what instantiates the data type and parses the data from the MOC3 file. So we're gonna have to essentially duplicate that code and write it out as the arrays. So let's just get started with that. Def. So parse is using a memory array. Do we want to write a file descriptor, or do we want to dump into memory? Actually, you know what? We're gonna write out the arrays as blobs in memory in a list, and then format the file at the end. I think that makes the most sense. So we had MOC3 data, and then we can just have a what do we call this? I think what does construct call these things? I was using parse. Might as well use the same terminology. I forgot what it's called. Build. Okay, yeah, so we want build. And so the first part here is actually going to be writing out all the arrays for each object. Which means we basically have to go to the parse code. And essentially do the opposite of this. So the header is going to be last. Just dump all that here. And we don't need to reset anything. And we don't start at index 2 because that is the array index, and the first few are going to be pre-decided. So for a field group in arrays, object field. Okay, so we basically want to go through this, right? For every array, we look through the objects field. If it's a class, load group. Otherwise, it loads the raw data directly. So you can just have a build group. And yeah, this is how we do it, because we have all the objects. So we want to build a group of arrays for each object. So in this case, we don't have a header anymore. We don't have an index necessarily because we are just appending. We just need objects and group, actually, is all we need for that. So we'll just make a list of arrays, and we can just say arrays plus equals class build group, because each group is going to be more than one array. And each array is going to have an alignment that probably should be returned from build group, so then the write-out can align to each of those. And then, so this is actually the easier case. For the easier case, we just have a list that is class count. So this is for bare types that are not part of objects. For that, we can actually just say L equals get attribute self field, and then we pretty much just say class len L dot build L, and I think we can just do arrays append that. So that for a primitive type, that should be all we need actually. So now let's do the object case. So for objects, we go to astruct, and we have a load group and load field, so we can just build group. For field and class fields group, and we just have group and no header, no anything. Build field, no index, arrays, pens, build field. And then there's just objects field. Now in build field, let's move this to the bottom. It's going to be a little bit more annoying because of the special cases we have here. So, whoa, what just happened there? That's not supposed to happen. That was weird. Okay, is my keyboard okay? Okay, that was strange. Build field, objects, field. So we have the name, and this logic is going to be the same. If we have an array tuple, we want to... Oh, actually, build field can return multiple arrays. So we need arrays plus equals class build field. So if we have this array tuple, we do subcon len objects. Yes, that is fine. Dot build L. So let's say arrays equals that. And you say arrays dot append on and we need to do this opposite thing. So we can say get a list for IV enumerate array. Not enumerate array, for IV in range len objects. Actually for IV in let's say for object, for I object in enumerate. Do I even need I don't even need for I actually, for I in objects. Actually, I can even just say this is doing get attribute objects I name, taking the nth item of that tuple and then returning it. So we can actually just say have a generator here. Get attribute objects I actually get attribute object comma name and then fi for object in objects. That is all we need. And then we erase the append. Subcon objects build L. Return. Otherwise, we just say the same thing, except no field index. And erase the append. Field dot subcon len objects build L. And finally, return arrays. Or even just, we can just do it like this. And then this just returns a single list. No need for T. So that should be enough to build our fields. You don't use Kate on macOS. It doesn't work. The latest build doesn't work due to a cute bug, but I'm also just trying to get used to Sublime because, you know, Kate is more of a Linux native thing, and Sublime's pretty good on macOS, so I'm trying to get used to it. Yes, we need objects count as the first section, but those are going to be added later. After I have all the arrays here, we can do the objects counts. Arrays, yes, thank you. So, and now we can build the header. So for the header, what we had is array lengths. I wonder why we have parts and parts 2. There's a weird extension thing going on there, and so there's params, parts 2, warp forms. The parts fields that are in parts 2. I want to see if I'm going to fix that later. Set their params. We have the first extension of parts, so that's this is depth. Well, there's no reason for part depth to be a separate array, I think. So, yeah, I think that's just because they did it silly in the file format. Okay, so let's build the counts. Counts equals, let's have a dictionary for field group in, actually no, for we need to go through the objects for that. For field class and self objects items, so we have this validate. That's pretty much what we're gonna do. And we just do equals len, get attribute self field, and counts field equals L. And then we into special case, counts equals counts parts glues to equals counts glues, and I think that's it. Those are the only weird duplicated ones. I'm looking, thank you for everything. Thank you so much. A few steps in reverse engineering. Are you writing MOC3 file generation states? That is what I am just starting on right now. I am the first. So usually when you reverse engineer a file format, once you load it all into memory, the next step to being able to generate those files is to write it out, and you want to be able to generate the exact same file that went in. So once I have this file generation thing going, I can just write out the MOC3 and then compare and see where I messed up and where something is different and fix it. So that'll give us the counts, and we can have the count data equals actually no, we already have the MOC3 header there, so we can say header equals and then just make a struct there. Version, that'll be fixed for now. We'll worry about that later. That's just file version. Magic is constant, so we don't need to define that. And we just say version 5, which is the one we have now. Offsets. And I guess I can just, yeah, I can just use the fixed number for that. Lengths, because since we called it lengths instead of counts, let's make it counts actually, you know what, instead of lengths, because it's array, it's object counts is what this actually is. Then do the same thing for load. Counts, yeah, that makes sense. So counts, counts, and then we have the global floats, which I didn't even print yet. So I should probably store that somewhere. I guess when we load the MOC3, guess I might as well set these up here. Yeah? Nani?
遊びたい。
何が?
外。
Okay, have fun.
I'm gonna go to around Ginza.
Yeah.
お土産.
Yeah.
But you're in charge of food.
I'll figure it out.
There are mapo tofu in the fridge. If you're into mapo tofu.
Okay.
頑張ってね。Let me know if you need anything.
Okay.
Why is your face all red? You okay, Chad?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I am okay.
Are you hot?
I hope not.
I mean, you're hot to me.
Oh, that is it.
You okay? Okay.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm
I
okay.
will go.
I'm okay.
See you tomorrow.
Hi. So we never actually looked at those global flows. We probably should print those when we do the print in STR, I guess.
Reeds?
What?
What's a reeds?
Reeds?
What's a reeds?
Google it.
わかりませんよ。
Hi, bye. Yeah, let's print those out here. Since we don't know what those are, and we might be able to guess what some of those are now. So let's actually do a test run now. What is it doing? Maths. Whoops. Where did that go? 416. No idea where that came from. Okay, so we have, yeah, these are interesting. These global floats, this could be the dimensions. These could be the dimensions because that sounds about right for the model dimensions. That sounds about right for the model dimensions. And there's interesting 4 of them. I'm not sure why there's 4 of them. Like, there could be an offset involved, like minimum and maximum, but then I don't know why you would need to have a model that doesn't have that. Yeah, I don't know, actually. I guess we'll find out. So those are likely, they're likely dimensions. Let's just assume that that's probably what they are. And we're just gonna copy them anyway. So self.globalfloats, self.version. So now we write out the header. I need to get the offsets first. So I can just use there's a fixed length for offsets. Offsets is 480. And then we can just write out starting at the top. So for offsets, You can just say offset equals MOC3 header size of. And we're probably going to have to... Oh, these use pointers, which is a little bit painful. I'm not sure what's going to happen with that, actually. Let me try this out first, actually. I have no idea what's going to happen if I do this. So let's give it a shot. Let's say with open says the argv sfd moc3 dot build, and we can compare. So I think we're going to have some confusion there with the pointers. Because the offsets are not set right now. So offsets, at least offset 0 needs to be the size of until counts, which is a little bit annoying. I could just hard code this though. Not that one. I mean, let's just hard code these. So offsets, yeah, it's 7C0 is where the counts start. And offsets 1 is 8C0. And the actual arrays would start at 8F0, which is very strange that there's that amount of data exactly there. I don't know, like how, you know, what kind of struct size they use there for that to happen like that. Oh no, there's IDs in here before, sorry. The first one would be 900. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So let's do a header build now and see if that works. Build field, okay. Class objects field. Oh, this is a class method. Okay, we're missing version from... Okay, now we have that. Do you have even diff? No. Please tell me Homebrew has this. Okay, there we go. So we have the offsets are the same. The header is the same. Until the first two anyway. And then do we have the... Yes, we do. Okay, so the pointer stuff actually works. And we got up to the floats. No, oh, wait, there's one more float. I forgot to parse. There's one more float. It's 5 of them, actually. And I wouldn't be surprised if there are 6, actually, because they tend to come in groups. So this is, let's say EF, because there could be a 0 there or something. Ah, okay, so we have 2100 now, and then I don't know if F is a thing or not. Yeah, those sound like dimension related things and offsets or something like that. Because I don't think we have 5 of anything that would suggest that is actually part of an object. Now, it's not obviously not any of these. So, okay, now we have that the same, and then we need to start with the data. So, let's actually write out the arrays. And also what's going to happen now is because I don't have the padding, the alignment or the padding or anything, we're going to be writing everything out in the wrong place. So for D in arrays, you can just say, first of all, P let's actually create the offsets first. For ID in arrays, in enumerate arrays, offsets 2 plus I equals P. So first we can say P equals P. Actually, is there an align macro I can use? Well, I'm not going to use it that often, so. So this is I have an align that is 4 bytes minimum. P plus align minus 1 and align minus 1. That's how you do an alignment. Set it there. And P plus equals len, let's say array. Sorry, ID. This is P. Then D. And again, we can just look at this again and append everything. So for ID in enumerate arrays, actually we can just do everything in line. If we did an alignment, we can just say d.append bytes p minus pref p. So that just adds the padding. And then d.append, not d actually, let's call this a. And then return B join D. Okay, so now we can generate the whole thing. Offsets. And oh, this has to be done afterwards. Ah, right. I don't have the header. I can't know the header until I know the offsets. Let's just make a slot in there and put it in first then. Okay, so now, yeah, so here we start not aligning properly. So what we can do here is, at least temporarily, do a little validation pass where now, to be fair, we could just over-align and I'm sure the files would work. We do not have to strictly make the same exact file, but it is much easier to make the same exact file to verify that it works. So let's assume everything in the original file I know is aligned to at minimum 8 bytes. don't think there are any 4-byte offsets. I know some of the strings are not aligned, but I don't know if they are at least aligned to 8 bytes or they're just not aligned. I guess we'll find out with other models, but it really doesn't matter that much. So I think what we need to do is return in this array structure. We can just say align A. We're gonna, I was thinking of doing this anyway. Have our arrays thing actually store the alignment. And then do the same thing here in A struct. So for actually computing the alignment, I would say anything that is a primitive type like here, it's at least going to be aligned to 16 bytes, but probably more like 64, because these are all these are all like integers and stuff like that. So I know construct has some alignment stuff, but what I want to align is the array, not each individual field. So I don't want to declare it like that necessarily, because otherwise it'll break the parsing. So I might just want to have like a mapping where certain types are aligned a certain way, and as long as they are consistent about that, it should be fine. Like an array alignment map. So let's see if we can make sense. So the original one here is mostly aligning to... It's mostly aligning to multiples of 64, except I think for names. It might be that simple. Because if that's the case, I can just literally say if name not align, otherwise align. As silly as that is. ID. Let's just say default alignment, so the default alignment. Yeah, we can just have like an array alignment, like a field alignment thing here, actually. And then we can just specify it like that. That's reasonably simple. So we can just say align equals self dot field align CLS dot field alignment dot get field comma CLS dot default alignment, and so that will over align names. Oh, but see, now we're much closer now. Now we're much closer. Okay, so the second field is actually the ID, and that's already getting overaligned. Why? Okay, that did not work. Field.name. There we go. Now we're real close. So glue also has a name that needs to be changed, and param also has a name. I think that's really just the names then. Hey! That's good. That's getting us really close. Okay, so something is overaligned here. What is that? Let's see. I should just print those. Actually, I can just... Yeah, let's just print those, actually. Let's just print the offsets and the name and all that stuff. So the ID is in there, and then, which is a weird, the weird one that ended up not aligned, that has a weird 8 in there. Oh, name. Wait, where is it? There's a name and an ID? Oh, glue has... Wait, what? Oh, that's right, ID. I'm just dumb. That's supposed to be ID. Okay. Ooh, what happened? I didn't print. String? What? Huh? Oh, sorry, wait. ID, and then what is this ID? I'm confused. Why did I just start here? Done? Glue, there's an index, I guess. Why is there an index in glue? Like a self-index. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe it's like an order. It could be like an order. I guess just call it IDX then. Hey, there we go. Now all the offsets are where they're supposed to be. So that was really it. They don't align, but strings, they align everything else to 64. Seems to work. Now, what happened here? Seems we have an offset to everything. Oh, because the file itself, right, there's an offset to everything. So yeah, the offset is not 900. The offset, and the P is 900. But then I messed up the offset of the first one. Probably. Because the actual offset is AF0. But we ended up at AC8, which means I did not pad the previous thing properly. Which means the header here needs some padding. So instead of 900, this should be the previous offset, which is... offsets 1... plus global floats the size of... There we go. Okay, now... Ooh, this is interesting. Oh, this is something... This means I screwed something up. This means one of my flag fields is in the wrong array. Because it has the wrong length now. So I did not read the right count of items, which means this field is in the wrong place. 38BF40. What field is that? Well, it helps if I print it in hex. No, I did print it in hex. What am I doing? 38BF80. Okay, this one. Param unknown flag is not a param flag. That is not a param flag. So where we have params 1, which is where that starts here, 4.2 plus. There is a split there. That is a flag that is not, it's off. Yeah, this is a warp datas. It looks like that is a flag for warp deformers because we are off by exactly 2. And that's the only thing that is wrong. So this was actually an extension to warp deformers. Which is added here. Interestingly, before params. Which means this may or may not be... I don't know if it's 4.2 plus or not. Okay, now we have a perfect file. So about param, those are always set, so we assume those warp deformer flags are also always set. That is possibly one of the backwards compatibility flags. Because there's this thing, 3.3, that was changed in 3.3. So indeed, that should be that is what that is. That's a backwards compatibility setting. And then there is a, yes, that has to be that. That's the only thing that makes sense. So this is the, new deform algorithm. And we're just going to assert that. So that's why that was added exactly there at that point on the list and not before. So we can stop printing this junk at the end now. And don't need to print that anymore. Make sure I don't have, I don't have any validation failures, so that's good. And now we have an identical file. Cool. Okay, let's, before I run it, there's one more thing I wanted to look at, which is, I want to print somehow like the dimensions of the art meshes and stuff like that. Because we don't have any dimensions for anything, and I actually have a suspicion that this header stuff, which especially for art mesh here, you can see how has a bunch of subfields, and they are all 0. Actually, I'm not even checking that. Assert sub.header .a equals 0, 0. I think these are actually, that's why we have these weird things. These are probably the like XY width and height. And when the file is exported, those are yeah, see, they don't get like it's not failing. So I think what happens is that the these probably get collapsed into the vertex data, and this is like essentially the one optimization they do when writing out files, is they remove all the position information in the headers, and they just crunch it down into the vertex data. So what I want to do now is, before we move on, I want to see how the coordinates transform. So the way we can do that is just by taking the wait, hold on. Where's the VBO offset? Oh, is it? No, they have to have a VBO offset, right? There's no way. Oh, because it's because it has right. They have the key points. Okay, so actually, there's one more thing to figure out before that, even, which is before deformations. Let me just comment this out. So when we have more than one key point here, I want to know in which order these warp forms are processed. Like this is actually a multi-dimensional array, and I don't know if the indexing of the dimensions is last first or first first. So to do that, I need to find one that has different key point sets for major and minor. And if I find one, that will give me a hint. If there's any of them that has a different number of key, here we go. Here's one. This is going to give me the hint. Any easier ones? If I find one with rotation deformers, it'll be easier actually. Yeah, here's one. Is there any that have different ones? Added mesh form. I might not have any rotation ones. Rotation would be easiest because it just has parameters there. But looks like we only have warps. Yeah, so 44 warp deformer is the one we want. So here we have 3 times 13, right? Which is 39. Now, what I want to know is in which order are they stored? And I can probably just find that out by just printing like one of the vertices and seeing how it increases and decreases. So let's do that in warp form. Right here, I can just in str, and I can just print a couple of floats. Yeah, so we get 2 coordinates here, right? And we just look for the pattern. Minus 13, minus 0.4, 0.1. Minus 1.2, 0.3, 0.1. Minus 1.1, 0.2, 1.1. Okay, so that tells us the major one is actually the second key point because it is going up in groups of 3, very obviously, right? It's very obviously grouped by 3s. So that means that the indexing is first, and this makes kind of sense. The first key point in the array is the minor one, and then they are increasingly larger dimensions. So the first dimension you indexing would be by the last key point array index. So we can make a note of that here. We can make a note everywhere even. There should be a documentation txt file. Let's make a documentation txt file. And this actually makes sense in terms of the code because it means that when you index the array, you would actually start at the first one, add that number, then keep a multiplier, multiply the multiplier by its count, and then multiply that every other parameter. So in terms of the code, this makes sense. So that's one important thing I wanted to figure out before I moved on. And now let's print out some dimension-ish stuff. So I need to know this because for the art forms now, let's say I want to let's say we have a key point array set. If I want to get the sort of idle position of the art form, I need something like that. So we have a key point array set. I can just add a property here that is something like did I already do that before? Oh, that's a blends. Yeah. So so if I say neutral next to self, let's actually just do this. Does that work in Python? I keep forgetting. Yeah, and valid error, okay. So usually you will have a 0 for pretty much every parameter. If a parameter doesn't have a 0 mapped, you just pick the first one. Good enough. And then for a key point array set, we would basically just do that. So we have total keys, and I need a array self. I can just say actually, you can make this a generator because that's cool. Is it cool? No, because I probably want to index this. Let's return a list. And it says it's neutral key. So what we do here is very similar to this one actually. N equals 1 for I and self arrays. Actually I equals 0. I plus equals N times, and this would be A dot neutral index and then multiply by the number of key points and return I. So this gives us the neutral index into the key array for a given parameter. So now in the art mesh, I can actually print that. So we can get the forms by just indexing that. And I can just say for I instead of forms here. It's a lot easier. And for that depth, we can actually get the depth from the neutral one too. Depth. And we want to get the neutral one. So I need a art mesh form object. IVBO. Yeah, so we just take IVBO. Vertex count times 2. And that's reshape. And it would just be x, sorry, count and 2. So, because it's xy. And then I want to get the max. MP min chords 0. XY, like the NumPy does this stuff like this, makes it much easier. And one thing that will be interesting is there's actually a good chance that for many art meshes, if the model is designed reasonably cleanly, the coordinates for the idle form should actually be integers, at least in some cases. Where's the key points? Raise. And this should actually be I key point array sets. I did not rename that properly. I really should just make a meta class to generate these like indexing ones for me. Key point array set, so I can just take key point array set. Neutral form, neutral key. Let me turn off the aircon, it's getting a little warm here. Art mesh form. SI art mesh form. Where am I? Okay, there we go. So we look at art mesh, and there we go. Look, okay, we have some dimensions now that some of them look reasonable. So a lot of these are very small values, and I think that is because of what I said, because I think these art meshes are being flattened down into, see, like, for example, those make more sense, right? So I think those coordinates are being changed to map through the deformers, and that is why a lot of them are kind of crazy like that. For example, this one here, this is probably a mesh that has a deformer assigned one-to-one with dimensions, and probably has something like it's lined up with the like division 10 deformer or something like that. That's why we have those semi-round numbers. So then I would like to print the deformer offsets. So we have a rod deformer here, and we don't have, see, we have a scale, a translation, and a rotation, right? So, now the scale could be inverted for some reason. Or it could be straight. So let's print the short stuff from the rotation deformer here. Basically scale and translation. So if you go to rod form, we have translation and scale and pre-translation. So I think I can pretty much just take these from rotation deformer here. Forms, rod forms, rod forms, can rod forms. And this should be key point array sets, not IL key point array sets. So I can look that up in deformer because I need. Do I need? No, I can just print it in warp deformer. But for short, I would like to also print the typed self super short self ID and self typed short. So for warp deformer, just leave that there. For rod deformer, do something similar to what we did with the art mesh here. Neutral form, forms, key point array set. And then I can just grab, I already have the info there. So we just return super short Let's call this F. Rod form. And actually, you know, I can just do F, SGRF. It's gonna be a little long, but we will survive. So we go to the end. Here we go. Okay, so now we validation failed. Wait, yes. IL key point array. Ah, that one's here, yes. Okay, there we go. So now we have a rotation. Okay. So for example, we have this art mesh, which is minus 35 to 44, right? And then this is being rotated. And so this is probably already centered. See how it is about you know, approximately around 0. So then we have a rotation deformer with scale 1. And then we have a translation. So this is actually translating, but to minus 55, right? And then we have another art mesh that is overlaid. Then we have another rotation deformer with 1 scale, with another translation. Then we have another art mesh overlaid. Then we have another deformer that has a scale and the translation. And then finally, another deformer that has a very small scale, which is interesting. And another translation. So that already tells me that the translation is applied after the scale. This is a output translation, right? Because otherwise this wouldn't make any sense. So the order of operations is scale and rotate and then translate, almost certainly. Scale and rotation, of course, can be done in either order, but translation has to be done after. So let's make a note of that. I'm assuming that the pre-translation thing here is what I said is the translation that happens before the rotation. So then if we go up the tree, we're now in these very small coordinates, right? We are like 0.005. So here, we're looking at this one, which is a warp deformer and another warp deformer. So we have some warp deformers that we don't know about. And that explains these very small scale values, because it means these warp deformers probably have a bunch of subdivisions and they're probably 0 to 1, right? So that's why this has this tiny scale, because this is fitting that into probably a 0 to 1 range for warp deformers. So now let's print the warp deformer coordinates. So going back to MOC3, we can mostly take that from ArtMesh. But actually, the VBO comes from the form, and we have forms. Rotation form has... Sorry, warp form has an IVBO, yes. So we take the VBO from that, and then it'll be the... Sorry, not rod deformer. Warp deformer. Has the... Sorry, not deformer. Where am I? Warp deformer here. So we have get chords, form, VBO, points, and then the actual array here will be x divs, y divs. So it'll be something like divs plus 1. Now, this might be the wrong order, but we're just going to guess for now that this is how it works. Actually, because this is code, it probably doesn't actually matter which direction you're in. I'm not sure, actually. It might not. I guess as long as the mapping makes sense, it'll make sense. So we have vertex count times 2, yes. And so then we can just do the same thing. Just take MP min there, MP max. And this code is basically the same thing. Take the chords, take the depth, print x0, x1. And this is I warp forms. And warp forms do not have a depth. What just happened with ID? We don't have an ID because this is a... Okay, there we go. So now going back here to that top level one that has a small range, we have a small warp deformer. Yes, it has X and Y between those values. So that makes sense because it's being warped by that. And then we have another warp deformer, and this time it is minus 120.19, yeah, so that's just a mesh. And then finally there should be a top level. Oh, that is the top level, okay. That's interesting, because that kind of says that the actual dimensions of the model at the top level are very small. And that doesn't quite sound right. I mean, it doesn't... It could be okay. You know, it doesn't mean that it is wrong. But I would have expected pixel dimensions as output coordinates kind of as a standard. It could just be minus 1 to 1, but then the model isn't even centered, which is a bit strange. Though it is kind of reasonably centered along the X. Yeah, the X-axis is reasonable for the main model. So maybe it is like that. Yeah, so see, this art match is also 0.5 to 0.95. And so that's why we have those divisions there. Yes, this is clean room. There's an FAQ in the video description that explains how I'm doing this and why it's clean room. Let me get some water. Let's also print the divisions here in this short. Yeah, so for example, this is a 5 by 5, right? So 5 by 5, if you think of it as why would it be 0.5 actually? That's a good question. It might be because they have like a bounding box. They usually by default add they probably by default add like a padding or something like that. Because 10 by 10, actually, this makes more sense. It's divided by 11. Actually, no, it doesn't make sense. Okay, I don't know. They probably have some strange padding thing going on. Yes, no, sorry. This is 0.19 to 0.81. That makes sense. Wait, no, it doesn't. 0 to 1? Oh, wait, yeah, it is 0 to 1. Sorry, not minus 1. Yeah, 0 to 1. Yeah, that makes sense because this is divided by 11, right? So if you do, if you have 11 divisions, you get 0.09, right? So that's then 0.19. And then 0.81. Not sure what the rounding's going on here, actually. Let's add some extra digits to that. It's a 0.3f, since the numbers are smaller than I expected. Ah, so it's like 0.45 and 955. Okay, yeah. The 10 by 10s have 187 to 813. Kind of a very strange division going on. What's that a multiple of? 16? Why 16 if it's 10 by 10? Yeah, I don't really understand where those, like, roundings come from, but it might just be kind of arbitrary or based on, like, a padding they add. Because they are very similar, so... Okay, this is 10 by 10. It has the same as this one. It's a 5 by 5. Oh, it could be related to the angle, actually. It could be an angle thing. If these are not square... Yeah, let's actually do... let's print all of them here. So instead of that 0, it'd be min... across the x-axis and this is art mesh? Yes, no, sorry. Yeah, so I think I can just do x0, x1, so x over x. So I say x. So x0, x1, and then x y0, x y1. So these should be for a deformer that is aligned, not rotated. These two should be the actual range, and these two should be the same. So then yx0 would be this. Ah, so this one's actually the other way around. Which tells me that I have this backwards. This is actually x divs, and this is actually y. Wait, no, it's y divs and x divs, sorry. And so then this is yx0, yes. So then this is actually just, I have these backwards. So it is y first. And I can actually simplify this a little bit. So I can say if xy0 equals xy1 and yx0 equals yx1, then just kind of assume and just say xx0 and else rotate it. I think it's wait, what? Hold on. So you have x0 is 0 to 1, 0 to 0, 0 to 1, 0 to 0. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. Hold on. Oh, sorry, this is 1, 1, 1, 1. The y coordinates. Yes, see. So now we have these non-rotated ones. And then the rotated ones, of course, have different values for the different ranges. This one seems to be slightly rotated, not much. some of them are, yeah, like for example, x0 to 5 and 0 to 1, right? So clearly there is something going on. There's like rotated or deformed, right? And the ones that are aligned with the grid, you actually get 0 to 1 and y like that. Okay. So yeah, it does look like the top level coordinates for the model are kind of tiny, unless, and this kind of makes sense, we have those globals. So maybe those globals tell you the pixel size, and then these are supposed to be multiplied by that. So maybe those globals are like the global transform that you're supposed to apply. That would also make a lot of sense. So maybe these are, you know, like a -1 to 1 canvas kind of deal, and then you multiply by those values to arrive at the final transform. So actually that 0.0, oh, I just realized what's going on. That 0.005 transformation that we saw in some of these simpler deformer chains, this one, that is going from pixel coordinates to the 0 to 1 coordinates, because, remember the globals? So that this is probably like the bounding box or something like that, or the global dimensions. Now I don't know what this 0.50 is doing there, but this is probably like global scale or something. So if our scale, okay, the input coordinates here are negative and positive. Like after multiplying by this, it is going from -1 to +1. I guess there's a -0.5. It's hard to tell. I mean, it could be either. This is, at this point, you're just kind of guessing what the canvas is intended to be. See, so here's a warp that actually goes to greater than 0.5. So, my guess is it's -1 to 1 for the canvas. Or at least that's the intent. So then, if it is -1 to 1... Oh, I get it. I think I get it. This is the scale, which is probably uniform, so... And then these are like... probably the 4 corners of the bounding box, or something like that. And that's why this one is double that. Or actually, maybe these are the scales... I need more precision for that 005. It might not be 005, and then that'll answer that. I mean, no, the scale is uniform. You don't do a non-uniform scale, so the scale has to be uniform. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. Because rotations don't make any sense if you do a non-uniform scale. So the overall model has to be uniformly scaled. I think. But I didn't print the scale properly. What's going on there? Yeah, it is 0.50000. Which means the scale should really be uniform. And so I'm just gonna call it scale. And the others are probably the coordinates of the corners of the bounding box. So that means this model is actually offset from the left for some reason by but no, bounding box doesn't make sense because oh, okay, I get it. It's scale, center, width, and height. So what you do is you multiply the input coordinates by the scale, add the center point, and then you get a model in the bounds from 0 to width and height. That makes sense. So you get scale, center X. It's just K. Let's have a vec2 here. Actually, I can use the name tuple. So we're gonna have to call this chord. And then I guess instead of global float, it'll be more like dimensions. Or canvas dimensions. Okay, that makes sense. So you multiply by 2000 and then you get numbers from, you add that. And that's also, oh, that's why we have at the end this 505. Because that's the Y that is exceeding the, that's the 2100. So that makes sense. Cool. And let's do the print here. Coordinates, container. STR. There we go. Okay, good. Yeah, let's go put these as have these a slower scale. So that makes perfect sense. And so then I bet these headers is actually, these are probably just position. These are probably just position. And they are probably just being clamped to 0. So one interesting question will be whether, because like those unknowns, we have a part with a position. We have a deformer, which has a base position. The art mesh has more than a position. It has more things. This probably has position and I bet it has something like base dimensions and then like a min max to get the bounds. A param, okay, this one I don't know because parameters doesn't make sense for parameters to have positions, so I might be wrong about that. Or maybe these headers are really IDs and then only art mesh has a position. That would make sense. However, and then yeah, I don't know what's going on with that one. Glue, yeah, glue doesn't make sense for it to have a position. Okay, so maybe the header really is some kind of ID, but at least for art mesh, I bet that there is a. The first one has the header, and then the next 3, I bet, are dimension related. So I don't know if that is actually going to be used in any models. It would be interesting to modify it, though, and see if it does anything. Okay, so the next thing to do is... let's modify the model file so we can load the modified MOC3. Oh, actually, it's going to underscore mod. Yes, that's clean. And now we can make some modifications and see what happens. So instead of the string, this is actually gonna print easier if it's gonna be faster if I do that. Let's just copy and paste this into another file and use another file. So Sublime, this mod.py, just paste that. From MOC3, import star, let's just be cheat a little. And we open the file, parse it. We can load the CDI3, that's fine. We can print the trees. Let's not print the whole thing. And we can validate it just to be sure. And then we can ignore all this stuff and write it out. And so if I do test mod, and we can try some modifications here. So first thing we can do is something simple. We can change. Let's go some of the parts. So for example, we know we have some of the names. We have like clothes, body, legs. Interestingly, the groups here seem to mostly have deformers in them, not art meshes. These are the toggles. Here are the actual things. Okay. So for example, let's do something that's not going to look horrible. Of all things that could mess up, let's remove a leg. That's probably one of the least strange things we could do. Or maybe does it have a separate? Oh, the wings. I could do the wings. Yeah, the little wings. That makes sense. So we have the... don't want to look too gory on this. So we have the wings. I could just set the opacity of a part, honestly, because I think that has an opacity, right? As part. It doesn't actually, sorry. It only has a depth. I think they added opacity with the new blending stuff on that one. We could just try setting it as visible. Let's try modifying one of these flags. So MOC3 dot parts and wings is 31 dot uncflag1 equals false. Let's do all three actually. See if those do anything. Because if one of those is visibility, that would be an easy thing to sort out. Don't do the wings, use glue and skinning. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. I mean, I'm just gonna do the parts and they can just do all three art meshes. It's not a big deal. Because I'm just modifying things at this point. I don't care if it's a little bit complicated. So let's do let's open a VTube Studio and then I can do the API thing to not have to reload that every time. So if I'm right, I should be wingless now. Still have wings. So those, those flags don't seem to do anything on the part, which is fine. That just means we don't know if they do anything. So what I want to do now, though, is definitely make a little tool to reload the model, so I can just like have this on the side here and see what's going on. So how do I do that? There's a PyVTS. Which I can pip. I think it's PyVTS. So let's enable the API on this. Start API 8001. I can also get myself tracking. There are ways of doing that. There's a cheat I use for that, actually. What's my IP here? This would be... That does not work. Yeah, okay, so now I have some tracking here too, with a little cheat. Might be more interesting. And so how do I reload stuff? I did get PyVTS. I've used this before. I actually used this during my streams. And I think this is pretty much all I need, actually. So I basically just have to say VTS dot... where's the docs? Docs. API reference. This only has move model and param. Doesn't have everything. Yeah, I might need to do some custom requests for this. Meetup Studio API. Actually, I haven't even done the diff again. Yes, I do have the magic zeros there, so it did the change did work. Okay, API. I basically want to get the current model request. So I can just do current model request. And yeah, you can just do that. So I can print current model, and that should hopefully work. Reload. Did I turn on the API? I did turn on the API, and it did not work. That is unhappy. That is very unhappy. What's going on? Might need a plugin info. Let's try that. Is it sys or OS? I think it's OS. I don't know. We need to authenticate first. Still not working. Huh? Huh? I don't get it. What is it doing? Is it like loading stuff? Wait, I can't even import the module? What? Wait, OpenCV Python. Oh, no, that's not the right PyVTS, isn't it? No, but WebSockets it should be. Why did it use OpenCV Python? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, it should be 033. What the heck is going on here? Okay, it does work nice and slow. Why would it be that slow? What on earth is it loading? Well, I can't use it if it's this slow. What? Huh? Is it because it's like loading OpenCV for some reason and that is huge? Yeah, why is it doing that? Because of the icon? Why would it use OpenCV for resizing an icon? At least use pillow or something. Okay, oh gosh, this. I don't know why. That again. I have a problem with network. Does anyone know how to make SMB be reliable between Macs and Linux machines? Because, like, I get really weird stuff like MV doesn't work, and sometimes Git doesn't work. Like, the permissions are just messed up sometimes, and I have no idea why. It's really weird. Okay. Maybe I should switch to NFS. Like, I think Apple likes SMB more than NFS these days, but I just get the feeling that it's not... It doesn't really work with, very reliably. Okay, I see it worked on the second try. SSHFS is not that nice or fast or anything. Oh, someone else has the same problem? Yeah, great. Okay, no OpenCV. Okay, now it's not slow anymore. It's VTS request, okay. And it needs a message type data. Okay, so this is an instance. I have a very strange object model. Okay, there we go. So now we have a model. And what I need is actually just the model ID. And then I just need to call the reload request, the load model request. And just give it data model ID. Okay, easy enough. There we go. Now it reloads the model. So now we can test it easily. Now let's make this a little smaller. Am I on two computers? Yes. And you can't see it because this is on top of everything. I guess let's put it here. Actually, maybe you can just put it here. Make this window smaller. I think the config is different. Somehow I have rotations not working. Oh, that's a little weird. Is the VTube Studio, are the settings different here? Oh, it's because I messed with the model file, didn't I? I had a... I did something silly with the model file there. What did I do? I messed with the physics. Let me just copy that. Oh no, I edited the one in... Oh, I'm dumb. I'm actually not editing the model in VTube Studio. Because this is... I'm just gonna make a symlink then. Aha. Hey, the wings disappeared, so it does work. It does work, actually. And now I have X. Okay, good. So one of those flags is visibility. And let's find out which. Let me put these windows next to each other so I don't have to keep resizing. So flag 1, flag 2, flag 3. Alright, so flag 1 is not that. It's flag 2. Flag 2 is visibility. You can pipe to 2 VTube Studio instances? Yes. So there's a silly thing with VTube Studio. Oh, and flag 3 is also visibility somehow. What you can do is it will forward... This is documented. VTube Studio will forward tracking to the next open port. So if it listens on port 25565, it'll send to 25566. And then you can have another instance on 25566. So you can have multiple on the same tracking. This is actually documented. All I am doing now is using a port forward from my streaming machine to my dev machine to send the port back to this one. Am I modifying and saving with the original file? I mean, it's a different file, but I am I'm reading the original file and modifying it. So flag 2 and flag 3 seem to be visibility. There's probably a difference between them, but yeah. So MOC3. Just to double check that we really have both. Yep. Let's get rid of that. I don't know what that none is, but okay. Probably something in VTS that is printing, whatever. Are there any unknowns that have to be revealed? Very few. There's like a dozen left. So we can look for those now. So we don't know what flag 1 is. Deformers have some flags. I bet some of those are visibility too. So let's look at the wings. Support 31 wings. So we have deformers. I think these are deformers. I'm not sure. Wait, what is that? Oh, those are parts. Sorry. So we have 2 parts with skinning, and we don't have deformers. Oh, sorry, that's the part tree. We should have deformers. So it's art mesh 171 in the deformer tree. Yeah, so these are the actual wings. So for example, deformer 24 should be for 1 set of wings, I think. We have 171, 2, and 3. Yeah, so those are skinning. That's a chain of skinning ones. So 235 is 1 wing. Dots, flag 1, false. And flag 2. Let's try setting both to false. Aha! So one of those is visibility for a deformer. Yep, the serializer and deserializer works. Okay, so it looks like flag 2 is visibility. So this is visible. And I bet the first one is probably compat setting. Or possibly that's only for mesh. Wait, what just happened? Oh yeah, that doesn't do anything. Okay. So if I only set flag 1 to false. No visible change, so we don't know what that is. So then we have warp deformer, and so those are globals. Warp deformer has the new algorithm there. Now I bet flag 2 on art mesh is visible, so let's try that. Let's try this. Visible. So we can remove those because we know what those are. I want to leave the visible 1 and 2 for the part because I don't know which is which. Flag 2, where's that? Sorry, this is art mesh. So just remove that. Okay, so that validates, and let's look at the art meshes. So 235 has 131, 130, and 129. So for and I bet it's flag 2 then, because we seem to be having that pattern of visible and not visible. Yep, those are the visibility flags. Invisible. And flag 1 probably does nothing again. Yeah, we don't know what flag 1 does. Okay, so now, of course, if I only do 2, we'll see the skinning cut the wing off, or not? Oh, sorry, visible. Oh, exactly, exactly what I expected. So that's where the cut goes for bending the wing with the glue and all that. Okay, any other interesting things about art meshes? So what about these headers? I want to know if any of these are interesting. So if I say header.a equals this is a strange ID-ish field that we don't know about, and I bet the others are actually floats. Cannot set attribute. Oh, because it's a tuple. Yeah, okay, that's not what I want. I need to set these separately. So let's do header equals that unc. So it's unc h1, and I'm just gonna go ahead and assume this is a float because it kind of makes sense. So we have 2 pairs of floats actually. B, C, and D, possibly. So let's assume this is a chord. C, B, and C, C. And the validation here is going to fail. So if I just set header, it probably won't do anything. Yeah, I'm guessing that header doesn't really do anything. However, I might get something out of these. Okay, nothing there. Let's try a big number. What's the syntax library used to describe the field name and type like this? It's kind of something I cooked up based on construct. So it is some custom stuff-ish that is based on construct. Let's try setting the others. It might be that the renderer just ignores these because it assumes that they're going to be 0. Yeah, they get ignored. So, it's very possible that the, if the, actually, you know what? This could be related to flag 1. Maybe flag 1 is like an optimized flag. So maybe you have to set that flag to false, and then it will, like, actually pay attention to those headers. But it's not that. Okay, so... anything else that's unknown here? There's an unknown bit here that I don't know about, but I don't know if we're going to be lucky with that. Which is i.fragment config.unc bit 2 equals 0. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Setting the blend mode though at least should work. So if I set it to like additive, I think is 1. Yeah, see now it is using additive blending. Actually, it's a little weird. The edge, I would expect it to not do that. Oh no, it is. Yeah, the edge is not seen because it's black, and then the inside is white. So that is additive blending, and if we set it to 2, it'll be multiplicative blending. Yeah, there you go. So that's exactly what you would expect. Any other unknowns? Nah, no idea. So search for unknown again. What else do we have? And draw order is a little complicated, so I'm not gonna mess with that. I could try though. I'm gonna make this one not right, so I can just do the print. And let's just do MOC3 and do a dump to a file so I can look through it easily. So there's draw order, and if I look for the art mesh 129, it's draw order 7, 8, and 9, which makes sense because the wings are near the back, so they get drawn first. The previous ones are probably the hair. So let's comment these out. Does that work? What is the comment? Is it comment? Edit. Comment. Command slash. Yeah. Draw orders. So let's say 7, 8, and 9. That broke it. It's unhappy about that. Oh, I think I have an idea what this is. Oh, and that doesn't, it doesn't reload the model. Okay. Probably should. It doesn't like that. Okay. I actually have a suspicion about that. I suspect that there might be support for multiple models. And this could be a model ID. So does the ID of the model change? Because I can make the reload actually reload the ID if I can. Or I could just list all models and look for the Chibi one. Available models response, available models request. I could just do that. And it will look for data, available models, model in data, available models, data, if Lina in model, model ID equals model ID. Okay, so that does work. Have I associated anything with culling yet? No, I haven't. There's actually an easy way of doing that. Let's do that. It's an easy way of finding that out. So if I go to oops. That does not work. What is uncomment? Oh, it's toggle comment. Okay, so just do that. what I can do is I can set, can find the index buffer. There's IBO. And if I just flip all the indices in the IBO, that will flip the order of all the triangles within that mesh. And then that'll do the culling thing. So if I do disable these, MOC3 dot IBO again equals art meshes I am dot IBO colon am dot IBO plus m dot count IBO equals, let's take that, flip them all around. Okay, so that still renders exactly the same. And now I can see if I can find that somewhere. Now, the culling, it could be flag 1 or it could be one of these bits here. So let's try flag 1 false again. Nope. And let's try the fragment config. Because that anchor bit 2 is also set. Aha, it disappeared. And then if I don't flip the indices, there you go, then it works. So that's actually it's like a double-sided flag. And I should call these flag actually, instead of bit. I think that works the same. Wait, that didn't work. Hold on. Okay, so it's not Anchor 2, it's double-sided now. False. So then we don't have to validate that anymore because now we know what that is. All right. Easy. What else do we not know about? Make sure that still works when I do that. Other unknowns. Param, I'm a little wondering what's going on with this unc type and this 0 stuff at the end. So let's look at some params. And let's actually just do all the params and see if anything breaks. P dot unc type equals 0. What happens if I just do that? Oh yeah, I called this, I called this vertex fragment config. That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to rename that to render config. I assumed that would be fragment shader, but on double-sided is a vertex shader. So I think, oh, look, my math is very confused now. But the rest of it is good. So that's interesting. Like my horizontal movement. Oh, that's an interpolation flag, isn't it? That looks like an interpolation flag. Looks like it is probably snapping to key points or something like that when I do that. Yeah. So interestingly, the X position here and the wings are still moving smoothly. But not the others. Possibly only for warp deformers. This might only be like in-betweening for warp deformers. Now, physics is a separate file, and I don't think it would be affected by that. I think what this is doing is it is making warp deformers not interpolate and art meshes. Maybe just art meshes. But not, it doesn't affect rotation deformers. So where was I? Render config. I was doing that. Yeah, it's called render config. Okay, good. Remove the physics file. I could just delete the physics. Okay, there's one issue. The physics file is in this model is also doing some of the motion maps entirely. So without it, some motions will not work at all. But I mean, I think what I am saying makes sense. I think this is only affecting warp deformers and not rotation deformers. The strange thing is that, then why would that be part of the parameters? But that has to be documented somewhere though. Live2D cubism parameter snap maybe or something like that. There, because they have to have parameter values. That's not even loading. Okay, great. Reddit, give me something. Okay, now let's be Bridger. Editor. Documentation, where is that? Yeah. So can I search for snap? No, what's new? Smart snap? That's her animation, isn't it? Yeah. Parameter palette. It's not this extended interpolation because that is actually baked. It might be in the inspector palette for parameters, but I didn't notice that though. Oh, there's no inspector for parameters at all. Yeah, it doesn't really have a setting for snap. Okay, let's try different values for this, see if it looks interesting. So if you set it to 1, because it might be like an interpolation type, right? But I would expect it linear just for something like this. Okay, so this looks normal. Right? Yeah, it looks the same. Okay, let's try 2, because it could be a bit field. That still looks normal. And if it's at like 5 or something crazy like that. Yeah, still nothing. What if I set it to a big number? Oh, that? Huh. Huh. That's very interesting. Huh. I'm starting to think this is some kind of weight. Like, there's something going on here that is kind of interesting. Okay, let's set it to 20. It could be a bit mask, but I mean, if we assume it's a bit mask, then FFO3 should be roughly identical. And it doesn't work, so I don't think it's that. Yeah, so like up to 6 it works. And let's see if I do 8. Okay, so 8 glitches up. What about 7? 7 seems to work. Oh, kind of. I'm certain thing is like a limit setting or something like that. Oh, wait, hold on. No, that does not make sense. Because this is set to 3 on everything. So it cannot be related to the number of key points. Because it's 3 everywhere. Well, I can edit things in VTube Studio and see how it behaves. If I go to the model settings, I go to the expression editor and create new expression. And because these are parameters, so it should be doing like, for example, if it's a job and all the way up. Doesn't do much. Now the shape. Open, close. Eyeball X. Yeah, doesn't do anything. So what about the body? Mouse tracking doesn't do anything. X. Okay, so there's something going on there, right? It's almost like when it goes out of bounds, it turns off. It's almost like it's disabling the bounce checks. Or there's some kind of extra bound going on. The physics is making it a little confusing, though. Oh, that was weird. So even the wing physics there, you can see them glitching. Oh wow, it's even actually glitching. It's even like jumping to weird places sometimes. Okay, this doesn't. I think this is a glitch. I don't think this is intentional behavior. I don't think it's intending to do this. I think I'm breaking it. So let's try 0 again. Can you mention something that's irregular set against the chat rules? That's kind of up to you because like you're the person. As long as you haven't disassembled any Live2D software, that's fine. But like it's up to you if you want to make possibly Live2D mad at you. So. As long as you're okay with that, as a rigger, you can mention something. Looks like it doesn't actually reload the model if I am not in that. If I'm in that window. Yeah, so what's going on with this one? Let's see if at least we can make a little bit of sense of this one. So if we go parameters. Because if the value is 3, 0 to 3 I would expect to do something useful. Then large values could just glitch. Because like at least now nothing's disappearing, so when the key goes out of bounds of parameter, the object will stop rendering, disappearing, which I think is happening. Yeah, I think that makes sense. But I would expect the keys to be clamped. So maybe what's happening is that either they're I think what's going on is that there's something causing a bounce check that normally happens to not happen. Yeah, see, this is interpolation, very clearly, right? It's just on and off. It might just be snap the key point, really. But then I don't know why the wings are doing that, but maybe it's because the way physics interacts with it doesn't do that? Yeah, so this is like least interpolation. Right? Like floor. 0 is floor interpolation. And it's like snap to previous key point, essentially. So if you look at mouth shape here, it has 3 key points. That's mouth form, yes, this one. Yeah, so you can see the 3 key points for that. And then mouth open also has 3. Ah, but that one is not showing the middle one, unless mouth shape is over. Oh, it is. Ah, see, but now this one is only snapping to 0 and 1. Is it snapped to integer? That would explain why the rotation is fairly smooth, because those are angle parameters and like minus, it's like minus something to something, right? Minus 30. So it could be a type, essentially. It could be that what we have is... Yeah, see, the breath is also snapping to 1 there. And let's look at one that has a lot of key points that has a different number. So, for example, this one. Mouse Y3, but I think this is being driven by physics, though. Yeah, head accessory and stuff. These are physics-driven. Yeah. And bow is not used for anything. And cheek puff is physics mapped, so it's a little confusing. Eyebrow shape. Yeah, so... Yeah, I think it is basically snap to integer, is what this is doing. And that's why even the rotation is a little glitchy. Because when you have multiple parameters that are snapping to integer at different ratios and physics involved, you get weird stuff. So I think this makes sense, because it doesn't make sense as an interpolation, because that would be more on the key point arrays. And I think what this is basically a data type. So 0 is integer, then what is 1? Now, I don't know what's different between 0 and 1. We can try and see if the expression editor shows anything interesting. For example, dark face. Yeah, it looks like it just works. Actually, you know what? I see a snap thing going on there that I don't think is expected. See, the eyeballs are snapping to 0? I think this is snapping to integers. Yeah. It's snapping to within 10% of integers. That is quite interesting. Okay. Now it's not a precision thing because it's actually snapping. So this is really a snap behavior thing that is like not documented for some reason. Now this one I don't know. So I guess 2 and 3 are just gonna be. Now it's more like you multiply by 10 and then round. And kind of, no, not exactly, it's a little weird. Okay, let me say, let's just write this, snap type. So let's make a little enum thingy. And I'm still going to keep this snap type as normal because actually snap type none. It's got none. No, because that's a keyword. Snap type normal because I want to find out if any model has anything there. Okay, so now we have that. And also we have some unknown stuff here, unc02. So unc02 equals, let's see if it set it to anything random. See if that does anything. Doesn't seem to do anything. So that one we don't know. And I think that's pretty much it for the parameters. All right, what other unknowns do we have? Pre-translation for rotation deformers might be interesting, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is, though. Since it is baked, though, it might be ignored. But let's find out if it is ignored. So let's delete that. For d in moc3.rot. Rot forms. I can just do all of them. So that's probably gonna break everything. If it breaks everything, we know it's being applied. Wow, that did not work. Did not like that. So that means those are not... Are they not... Are they not floats? Because if they're floats, I do not expect the software to ever break just because I set it to something. Huh. Or maybe it just doesn't like 0. Maybe if it's non-zero, it just doesn't like it. Let's try doing just 1. Oh, it likes that. I mean, look, this is 0, sorry. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Okay. So possibly that is, it could be that this is not a float, that this is a, integer, but in a form, I don't think it makes any sense for this to be an integer. It could be a index into something, though. I guess we can try that. If it's an index, it'll work with non-zero. Let's set it to 1. Again, let's remove these from here since we don't know what they are. Aha, okay, so it does like that. So it's not a float. Either that or wait, no, it's because a float can be, okay, well, we'll find out. Anything that is really small is a float, I think. Yeah, okay, so if I set it to 10, because if it's an index into something, that is -0 as a float. No, that does not work. Very interesting. So it likes 1. It does not like 4. Does not like 2. Are these flags? If they're flags, that would explain why we get a 1. And 1 is okay, and nothing else is. Okay, so those look... Oh, right. Huh. All right, that's unexpected. Huh. So these are flags, and they're doing something very interesting. What if I set them on everything? Is everything gonna be backwards or something? All right. I think this is an inversion flag or something like that. This is very cursed now. Huh. Well, at least we know that the because I inverted everything and the interpolation is still not doing anything crazy, these are essentially state flags. Possibly like invert rotation angle or something like that. Okay, that's interesting. What just happened there? Unc A is... Huh. That is quite broken. Let's try A and B. Alright, so if I do B, it does that. Yeah, no, it's not flip XY. I feel like this is... You think it could be flipped? Wait, do rotation deformers do flips? Oh yeah, this is a Y flip, isn't it? Because that's still my eye there. That would make sense, actually. It could be flip XY. That would actually make sense, yeah. Yeah, because now my whole face is flipped. Okay, that's what it is. That's cute. And of course those don't interpolate, so you get interesting effects there. Very interesting. Is that a thing that Live2D rotation deformers do? Alright, well, we solved that mystery. So I'm gonna leave those asserts there. I'll leave those asserts there so that I find out if I ever get a model that has that. Okay. Okay. See, this is getting really interesting now. Okay. What else do we have? Any other unknowns? Okay, glue is going to be interesting because we have some strange flags there. There's really only one flag that could be set to 0. We know they use glue for the wings and some other stuff. Let's just try doing it for all the glues. It could be a disable flag that just disables the glue. And it'll be pretty obvious if that's what it is. Doesn't really look like it. Doesn't look like it's disabling the glue. Let's see what Ang0 is. If I set Ang0 to 1. Yeah, no idea what that is. Try a big one. Oh, something's broken there by the glue. Look here. Now it's broken. That turned off glue somehow. This is what happens when glue is off. At least one of them. This one here is broken. Are all of them broken? Huh, so one glue is broken, but not all of them. Oh, I didn't like that. Okay, so this is actually a reference then, because if you have numbers that it doesn't like certain values of, that usually means it's a reference. And I can bisect what it's a reference to by seeing what the max that it likes is. Okay, so it's not 200, try 150. Okay, so it's 120. Oh, you can see the broken glue there. But only on this side for some reason. $128, I think so? No, it's not 127. I think it has to be a reference to something else. Yeah, like 123 works. So what do we have 123 of? Key point arrays. But then 0 would be special. Which doesn't make a lot of sense. We have 125 key point arrays, so then 124 should be the number that is allowed. Okay, so that's that. 125? Yeah, okay, so it is a reference to a key point array, which means a parameter. Oh, I remember something. You can have I think you can we have glue blend form arrays, which means we should have glue key point arrays. It should be possible to adjust glue strength via parameter, and we don't know how that works. Yeah, I think it's adjusting the glue compatibility probably. So give me 1 second. I'm going to take a very quick break, and that means we are missing an object here, or maybe it's this glues 2. I could believe it's this glues 2 is a little different. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so this makes sense now. What we have is the compatibility setting in there. And because compatibility is a single float, that means that it probably has a single index into the VBO for the forms. There's no glue form structure because it's just a float. So class glue, we have this compatibility setting here, right? I think it's like the I think they call that compatibility. And then index. That's what this is. So I'm wrong. There is a glue form. It's this one. That's why there are two. That's where there are two of these. And so the setup we have here is the same as for a rotation deformer, essentially. We have an I key point array sets. We have an I forms. And a count forms, which is why I thought that was a flag. It's not a flag, it's a count. So it's I glue forms and count glue forms. And none of these glues are assigned, which is why we have that glue 2 thing going on there. So then this is not an expansion, this is a separate parameter. And I could just use a this glue form. So it is actually a separate object that's on the VBO. And just call this a value. And so we can just have a, it's the same as a float value, actually. It's gonna look the same as that. And I guess I can just, they call it compatibility, right? I guess I might as well just call it a struct and have the whole deal in here. Because if they ever extend this, it's going to be a little more complicated. So then we don't need these anymore. And we can just kind of copy this whole story from these. Key point array sets, glue forms, glue forms, glue forms, glue forms, glue forms, glue forms. And we can do the validation here. So it has the key point array sets. Insert total keys. Glue forms, glue forms, glue forms. And so then up here, instead of glue 2, it's glue forms. Which is why this is separate. Which again explains the mystery, why that was added there. Yeah. And so now, yeah, see we have glue form 0 plus true because I messed up the type. Glue. This is an int32 UL. There we go. So now we have forms, glue form compatibility 1.0. There's one count, the two art matches, and the glue coordinates start and count. And that's it. And I think I just need to call those glue chords. This I glue chords and count glue chords just to keep my naming scheme going. And this glue cord, I have a feeling it might be, hold on. Okay, so it is 606. Goes up to 2946. And okay, so it is like that. And those are always in pairs, actually, and that's always a multiple of 2. So I should at least assert that. because those always come in pairs because you glue 2 coordinates together. Let's do a validation. No, something's broken. Snap type. Self. Wait, no, snap type is self is snap type. Yeah, okay, we're good. Alright. So back to unknowns. The blend form stuff is all pretty reasonable. There's no unknowns there. Yeah, that's pretty much everything. These are guesses. Include blend form array set and part blend form array set. Those could be swapped, and that means that this parts 2 thing is the same story. Part forms. Because we're missing a part form stuff. So if we go to parts 1 here, it's part forms 0. And then we have parts. Is that anywhere? Parts? No, it's not. And so then depth, of course, you can animate depth, and that's why this is part form. So again, we can just steal this from glue. And that answers the question of why we had those duplicated counts. It's because those are separate like that. Let's show the depth of form 0, and then we can steal this whole thing again. So we're gonna need to keep on array sets here, which means we have self-indexed. Yeah, exactly. Same story as before, right? You can see what's going on here. So keep on array set. We can just look at that. Glue forms, glue forms. Part forms. Part forms. Part forms, part forms, part forms, part forms. Oh, I forgot to fix forms in the glue. Sorry, glue, not part. Count part forms, part forms, self count part forms, part forms. So we remove that, and then there's no verify header anymore. Just pass. And it's before warp forms. Part forms. And then, of course, this is I part forms. And this is count part forms. And then, I think this grouped was a guess, and it's not that. So it's not uncflag1 anymore. And this should actually be the key point array. There we go. Validation failed. And the index, because it's not indexed anymore. Where is that? Because it's underscore index. There we go. Okay. And there you can see part form. So another unknown solved. Whew. Okay. How many left? So we have a weird flag on the former. Likely a compatibility thing, possibly. Some weird stuff on art meshes that is ignored. A flag on art meshes that is unknown. Some bits in the render config that are probably just unused. Then draw order, this one, let's go back to that, because I was messing with that. So I have a feeling. I have a feeling that if I set this to 1 and it doesn't like it, the reason why it doesn't like it is because I think a MOC3 can actually contain multiple models. And that might be an index into the model, because we have a model array, and I bet it's models. So what if I copy and paste the model? Okay, that doesn't work. What if I set the draw order to not have that? Oh wow, that crashed VTube Studio. Amazing. I think is this another CV? Is this another CV? It could be another CV. I think I found another snafu. And yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Now, it could be that it was just very confused by how it's duplicating the art meshes. Let's try creating another one. Let's set the first art mesh to the first one. And then say MOC3 dot model 0 dot I art mesh equals 1. Yeah, actually, first let's just see if I can like render fewer art meshes. Count art mesh. Subtract 1 from that. Total art mesh. So if I don't append it and just edit the one model it has, model MOC3. I use an index. Okay, it wants me to know where it is. Oh, okay. Something's glitchy. So actually, doing that. Huh. Let's try 10 art meshes. Okay, now more of them are doing that, but not always. So I think this has to do with draw order, because we said 7, 8, and 9 are the wings. So those are probably indices into draw order, not art meshes, which also kind of makes sense. Oh, this could be this could be this could be some kind of like flattening out, because we have draw order, and that's the 7, 8, 9 has these art meshes. And then this is a model that has an index into the art mesh count and a count art mesh, total art mesh. And it has the depth range. I wonder if this is some kind of optimization for like possible drawing orders, but then how would it know which one to index for any particular like parameter setting set? Okay, so you can see that what's happening is the order is getting messed up. It's still drawing everything, but sometimes things end up in the wrong order. Hey Mary, 45 months, that's a lot. Yeah, so it's glitching the draw order. Okay, so what happens if I just set this to if I just change this to a single thing like that, and is it only going to draw part of the model, or is it going to do something weird? And it crashed again. Okay, so it really doesn't like that. Oh, because this doesn't have depth, so I probably need to set the depth. Okay, hold on. So let's comment all this out and just say if I only do 10, is it gonna break? Okay, so now interesting. So it's kind of like it's only drawing the items in this list in the right order, and then the rest is like just whatever. Huh. Like, for example, if I set this to 7 and then 3, 3, those are just the wings, so only the wings should be drawn properly. Yeah, so the wings are on top of it, kind of. So I wonder what it's really doing. Like, is it really because this is kind of important, right? There's a thing where you can change the order of things, and it needs some kind of because this only has art mesh, start, count, total, and then max depth, min depth. I wonder if the way this works is that when you have meshes that change depth and are rigged to change depth, it like breaks up, it like does an optimization where it breaks up the model into sets of art meshes that are supposed to be drawn together in a certain order, then draws those in that order, and then everything else is whatever. And that's why this is very broken right now. So what happens if I change the depths? So the actual model has depths from 400 to 500. If I make these depths out of range, okay, it still just breaks. So what if I give it 2 models? With actual depth so it doesn't crash. If I say start this one at 0 and do 10, right? And then start at 10 and do was it 169 total? I think so. Yeah. I don't know if this is end or total. But this setup kind of makes sense. Okay, so that loads, but it doesn't do what I want. Does it like zeros? It doesn't mind zeros. Okay, so 169 and count art mesh. Which is not art mesh anymore. It's probably draw order. Okay. Hold on. What's going on now? So is this a depth issue now, or did I just mess up the... Guess the depths matter then. Okay, yeah, so it needs the depths to be covering the... So that's some kind of sort span or something like that. Maybe what it's doing is... Maybe this is grouping. Maybe this has to do with part groups. So what it's doing is it is saying within this span of art mesh order in the list, sort them by depth, then draw them. And they need to have the right depth. So these are depth sort groups, and I've seen this in the thing. So it means that instead of using the parts tree with like a flag, which is how this works in Live2D, it's actually exporting as a separate structure. So then this is 400 to 500. And so then if I say, for example, 69, and then I say like 100, sorry, 100, and then 69, and I don't know why there's count and total. Yeah, I think it has to do with groups. Okay, yeah, so something, I think that's what just happened there. Is possibly, it's possibly drawing everything in draw order without the depth information. Now, I want to check, because only a few things have the change depth. So if I just disable all this, and just let it render normally, then I want to know what has the depth 400. Yeah, so art mesh 138. I want to know about? No. 138 has a depth. Oh, look, here's one. Here's one that changes depth. Here's an art mesh that actually changes depth. What is this? Oh, sorry, that's just the... This isn't the master list. But here's one, yes. No, this is draw order. Okay, no. Yeah, so this is a blend form, but it doesn't change the depth. Yeah, so 138 is the only one that has a depth of 400. If I change that, did something break? Is something on the wrong side somewhere? Can't tell. If I do MOC3 on the mod. There's no CDI3, right? Let's not do that. Yeah, there's no more 400. So now all of them have the same depth. Is it the chair? Is it always supposed to be like that? Is the chair the only one that has something interesting there? Okay, that's what it is. So the chair, no, the hair then, is bigger, smaller, or larger than everything else in Live2D? Yes, he has this draw order group stuff, right? Let me look at the... So it's 138. Art mesh 139. Which is draw order 3. Even though... Even though it's the lowest depth, it's draw order 3, so that tells you there's something interesting going on already. Because these are not pre-sorted by depth. Yeah, so that's the hair. Back hair is art mesh 139. Which is, yeah, it's probably just the whole hair is deformed by a bunch of stuff. So that's the hair, which has a lower depth, so I guess it goes below. Well, draw order. I guess it's between 0 and 1000. Highest value is foreground, so 400 is behind. And so draw order. For some reason, we're drawing 3 things behind the hair if we are to go by this draw order list. Or it's getting sorted. And there's also this optional index stuff, right? So this is kind of... I might need an example from a model that actually uses this feature for this to make sense. So what is art mesh 83? Something is being clipped to something. 148. And those are actually just top level even. I guess let's try to turn them off and see if anything shows up. '83, '82, and '81. Yeah. Okay. Ah, it's the chair. Okay. So the chair is being the chair is actually the furthest back, but then the hair has the depth changed to change the order. So is it possible to set this to 0 and have it not sort anything and have it just gonna go through draw order? Is that valid? No, that just breaks everything. Okay, so that's kind of interesting because it's like why would it be glitching like that? Is there like an internal thing where it's sorting objects and just getting a random sort order because there's no sort key or something like that? That would be an interesting effect. Maybe it could be something like that. Yeah, it could be that this is it could be that this reference declares a sort key. And so if you don't have any, you just get weirdness between anything that has the same order, because you'll notice that no, the chair and the hair are still glitching, so it's still not doing the right thing. Or it could be even like uninitialized memory. Maybe this is literally just reading it's not setting the order of the meshes, so it just it's literally uninitialized in the renderer. Maybe if you just don't cover all the art meshes, this happens. Okay, so let's try this again. If I do 2 of them like that, I would still expect it to render properly with 2 slices like that. And it doesn't quite. So 7, 8, 9 are the wings, was it? So 3 is the chair. Wait, is the chair just 1? Yeah, it's just 1 art mesh with different deformers. So we have 0, 1, 2 is the hair. No, is the chair. 3 is the hair. And then I think 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9 are the wings. So let's do 10. Hamper, thank you so much. Restart the program to clear the memory. I'm not sure. Yeah, so that still doesn't work. What if I clear out the draw order after doing this? If I just do, okay, what if I don't have a draw order? If I just do, if I just tell it to draw, the first 10 things, and then I say MOC3, draw order, where is that? Draw orders, equals MOC3, draw orders 10. If I just only have 10 and 10, then, because it might be that this needs back pointers. Okay. So now there's no draw order. The chair and the hair are drawn in the right order all the time. And if I set this to true, then it'll fail because I am referencing a draw order that doesn't exist. Yeah. Okay, if I set this to 100, what happens? Is that gonna complain? No, it's still... So this, I'm not sure what this value is, the total art mesh. These are actually I draw order. Let's look at model here. Let's say I draw orders, count draw orders. Yeah, so this 1000... Okay, first of all, is it different if that changes? Okay, every time I load it, it's different, so... Okay, so it's I think it's probably like uninitialized memory at that point. So now if I keep this at those settings as that, what if I change this zeros to like point back to it? If I say draw orders and then starting at 10, and I make that point to 1, it does not like that. Okay. What about this unknown optional index? Is this a tree? Is this a draw order tree? Okay. I set it to a big value. Is it gonna... Yeah, okay, so that is an unknown pointer. Is it a pointer into draw orders? Probably. It might be that it only likes it if it's a previous order less than the current index. No, okay, is that a pointer back into the model thing? Let's set it to 1. It's fine with that if I set it to 2. It does not like that, okay. So that's probably a pointer into this. So now it should not crash. It should not complain. Yes, okay, so that's draw group. I'm just gonna call this draw groups. And then we have the model, which is not model. This is draw group. I'm guessing again, but hold on. Yeah, so draw groups. Normally the bigger items are before the others. So this is draw groups and draw orders, I guess, or draw items. Let's call that draw groups. Let's get rid of this second one. That is weird. I draw group equals 1. Okay. I might need to really just get a model that uses this feature to understand it. Let's try setting these, not doing that, and just messing with the first one. So if I only do the first 10, you get the same kind of glitchy mess. What if I just set draw orders up here? If I only set it to 10, it should only draw 10 things. And if it's drawing more, it means that these are more like sorting orders. So this is like is possibly setting a sort key for the art meshes, and then they get sorted by that. So if you don't have everything, it doesn't work. Now, if I set this to 1, well, first of all, if I set this to 11, it should fail. Yeah, and then so this one is some kind of integer going on. So if I set this to 169 and don't limit the draw orders, we're back to normal. Yes, and so then what happens if I change this to like 1? Basically nothing. Is this like an index? Could just be an offset. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. If I set it to 0. Doesn't do anything. I set it to a huge number. Still doesn't do anything. Yeah, I don't know what that number does. Now, if the depth, for example, doesn't cover the chair, what happens to the chair? Then the chair glitches. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So if I set min depth to 401, the chair ends up in the background because that's at 400. So hold on. If I set it to 499 to 500. Wait, now we're back to normal? The hair is 400. Okay, so if those are the same, it just does not like it. Okay, so the draw order, it should be correct for everything, I think, except the chair and the hair, right? So if I set the depths to min depth 500, max depth 500, it's like it's not considering the depth ranges. If I set this to like max depth 501, then it works. I feel like these are kind of like a linear transform of some sort. And so as long as you have like some range here that is valid, it's fine. Except somehow, like here the chair is ending up behind, so it's not sorting. But if I set it to like 450, then suddenly it's working again. No, then it's not sorting the chair. So the chair is getting no value. This could just be a glitch based on it being like out of bounds. That could just be a glitch. I set max depth to a really high number. Let's see. Doesn't really change anything. Hello. Yeah, as long as it covers that, it works. If I set it to 0, it's still fine, because it covers all those depths. Set it to -1. There's no... Right, those are integer depths, so it doesn't work. Of course, if I set it to a bigger number than what it actually is, that's when it crashes. Okay, so it doesn't like... min depth and max depth being like out of order. Maybe that's an assert. So I think this is essentially sorting model, like the parts into like a bucket So again, if I break it up into two, like, the hair is relative to the chair always correct, but then everything else doesn't really work. Draw group. So the way draw groups work, actually, is that if we go back to the docs, okay, so the thing is, a draw order group itself has a draw order. Therefore, for this to work, like, you can change the draw order of parts. How is that gonna work without a reference to a part somehow? Like, there's a part flag that is grouped by draw order. But we don't have do we have any unknown flags in the part? We don't. We just have this visible. For some reason, there's two of them. Unless they have something to do with that? Let me turn that off for all parts first and see if the whole thing disappears or if it's just being distorted. Because I did change it for the wings, but that could make them end up behind the hair or something, so... So if I set visible to false... Okay, then everything disappears. Hold on. Oh, because those are art meshes that are outside apart. Wait, no. Hold on. No. These are two different flags. These are two different things. Hold on, what happened here? What happened here? The chair... Let me just open that here. If we look at the tree, Okay, so looking at the draw order, this 139 is the back hair. Yes, and the chair is not there. Draw order. The chair have to be these three here. So 148, which are not grouped. Okay, so these are not in any part, but they are being drawn, which makes sense. And these are probably the eyelashes or whatever. So that's fine. But, and if I look at that, it has no part. So it has no part. It makes sense that it's still visible. But then why did visible to make the entire model invisible if there are no, if those aren't assigned to a part? Now I am thinking maybe what those are doing is affecting deformers, because this one, ArtMesh 148, does have a deformer. Warp 3. And warp 3 is inside a part. So I guess that means there are two different visible flags for parts. One is whether it shows the art meshes, and one is whether it shows the deformers. I can I can possibly find out if that makes sense by deparenting deformer 2 to a part and seeing if it shows up again. It's probably going to be scaled wrong, but aha! And so wait, why is that only 148? Then what's everything else? Because that's the chair, then I don't know what the others are. 1 and 2 or something else. What's 147? Yeah, I don't know what that is. Seems to be part of rotation for everything, so I don't know. Okay, so at least we know what those visual flags are now. In part. It's visible art meshes and visible deformers. But we're back to we don't know how the grouping works. Because there are no fields in the part. We have header, no. Key point array sets, no. Part forms, no. This is just a tree. It is traversed because the visible flags take effect. But something doesn't make sense about the draw order here. So we're back to draw order groups. And the thing is, draw order groups have to be using the depth of the parent of the part. Now, of course, maybe what's happening here is that I need to ensure that my group boundaries line up on parts. But how would it even know what the part depth is if there's no reference to the part other than the parent? If that's the case, if that's how it works, then the if I make a group in the draw order list for a particular subtree and it lines up, it should work. And then maybe that parent thing is... No, that doesn't quite make sense. Well, let's try it. So if we look at this tree, and we only look at the top tree here with the parts, not the deformers. Let's take this part, for example. This part, which is pretty big, is body, part 44, right? And part 44 is the body. And, oh, it only has deformers. Great. These are just deformers. I want art meshes. Okay, so back hair here has just one art mesh, not very useful. Okay, part 8 body. This is the actual art mesh tree. This starts at art mesh 125. And then we would see that going all the way to art mesh 43, for example. So we make some notes here. Did I get that right? Sorry, 125 to 43. So they should be in that order in the draw list order. And actually, no, those are not sorted correctly. I just remembered they are not sorted correctly in the tree. So I'm gonna show the parent in here. So it's a little easier to do. That's what I want to do. Yeah, so you can see the parts here, right? We are looking for part 8 body. And so, for example, we should see 91 and 92 in there in part 21 at the beginning because those are in sequence. So So if we search for art mesh 91 and 92, that is draw order. Yeah, okay. So 60 and 60 and 59, and those are drawn first. It says the beginning of the tree goes top to, no, those are drawn last. So 60 is the end of the body. Inclusive. And then we see, yeah, 22, 23, 50, 58. So the other end of the tree should be art mesh 125, or really the ones in part 31. So 126, 27, 28. Assuming these are in the same order, the wings. And then possibly the other. So 56 or part 8, something like that. So the draw order at ends at 60, and so we go back, we should see, yeah, part 56, right? 4. Because then it goes to part 9. Yeah, 56. Because then it goes to part 9, which is the back hair. So that is the next thing in order. So this is an actual tree section, which means that if we are using the tree as a reference for this, it is legitimate to split the draw order into 4 to 60, and therefore it should be possible to set up the draw order groups like that. Which means if we do draw orders 0 to 4, 4 to 61, and 61 to the end, and we order them like that, and then we need draw groups. So the index was 0 to 4. And then 4, 61 minus 4. 61 minus 4. And then we have 61 and 69 minus 61. It's 169 inclusive. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. We have 168 art meshes. 169 art meshes. Sorry. No, it is right. Sorry. Yeah, so it's a count. So it's 169 minus 61. We keep the same depth ranges because we assume that's okay. So if I set this up like this, it should actually be a valid split of the tree. That's not what I wanted to do. And not change anything about how it draws. Ah! And so that works. That did not break. And so finally, the test as to whether this is doing what I want or not is to change the depth of tree part 8 and see if that is actually if that actually works. So if I have part 20, that's the body, that's the 8th part, and it has this one form at 500, right? So if I say, okay, MOC3.parts 8.forms 0.depth equals 800, that should bring everything to the front. Actually, no, let's set it to 300. Okay, that did not work. So, it could be that we need to parent that draw group thing somehow. Oh wait, no, draw group was -1 before for the others, wasn't it? I think so. Sorry, these are I draw groups. Important. Okay, so still nothing. At least it's not glitching now, so I'm doing something better. And could this be a part ID? No, it does not like that. Is it like a 1 there? It does not like that. I wonder if I set those to -1 like that. Still nothing? Still nothing. Make the depth of the parts higher. Still nothing. So I think it's not glitching, so I did something right with these things. I'd remove a draw group. Wait, color tone is different? What do you mean by color tone? It shouldn't be. What? There's no way the color changed. Oh, okay. There's one other possibility here. That maybe the way the list is sorted, you're supposed to, like, do the inner groups and then the outer groups, which would make sense in terms of the order. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break and be right back. came back. I think I'm missing something here. I think there has to be a reference to the parent part because it does not make sense for... It does not make sense for the depth to be associated to the part. And then... And then somehow, like, what checks this? The draw order groups make the... They make the part depth relevant. So then something has to reference this depth. If the grouping is using this groups mechanism, let's do a couple like sanity checks here. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Huh. Wait, why is it like not glitching now? It used to always glitch when I did this. Am I loading the right model? Am I doing something dumb? This never worked. I don't get it. What am I doing wrong? Oh, hold on. I'm silly. I'm very silly. I am extremely silly. I am extremely silly. Yeah, I wasn't actually saying anything. Okay. Okay, so let's try this again. So it's 4. That's what happens with... Okay, look. Okay, much better, much better, much better. Okay, so now this is almost working, except for some weirdness. which means we are sorting all the parts correctly. But now this could possibly just need a map to that. No. Oh wow, that's really glitching now. I feel like I'm off by one somewhere. Because I think we're like literally just glitching one thing in each of these groups. The wings are the last thing in the body. And then the head is probably, that's probably like the last thing in the head or something like that. Wait, it's not 4. Is it 4? Yeah, wings are part of the body. Which is order 7. Yeah, so the wings are yes, wing L. It's actually the first item in the draw order that is not getting sorted properly. So yes, it's there. It's not getting a value set. Well, first of all, let's see if the depth does anything. If I make the parent there. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Maybe this is something random here. Doesn't do much. Okay, doesn't like that. Because I kind of feel like I kind of feel like what makes sense is to have some kind of tree here where you, in draw order, you would need like a reference to the... Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. What if I do draw order 0 dot I art mesh equals 8 and dot onc zeros equals 1. Is that gonna load? I think I know what is going on here. That's... And then, of course, there are 62 parts, which means the max then becomes that. And if I set it to 62, it breaks. Ah, okay, this makes sense now. So essentially, this is a draw order tree, and we kind of need to rebuild it if we want to do what I'm trying to do here. This is a draw order sorting tree. So then the next question is, I guess this is sorting the art meshes, which means it just needs to cover everything. And probably what needs to happen is, there's like an offset into a sort order that gets populated. And then it needs a, it needs like a group. And so this is kind of like a tree. Now, what I don't understand yet is why it's glitching when I just make these consecutive like that. But I guess it really wants a I guess it really wants like one parent and then the others should be children. Because these point to a draw order list. But then the draw order list points back to a group. However, if I don't create these groups, it breaks. So, like, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand how it is set up to. I guess all the indices for art meshes need to be populated. So, but then 0 is not special. Like, there's no root of this tree. It just goes through everything with -1, I guess. Like, what's the relationship here? Also, what if I just set this to like a different number? What happens if I set this to 100? Ah, interesting. Okay. No, wait. That's because I added that. Okay. Let me try and send these to these big numbers. Okay, still good. So I have a feeling these are some kind of offset numbers. If I set them all to 0... No, it's all the same. So that doesn't do anything. I do 5 instead of 4? That did not work. It's possibly gonna search. So I guess it probably checks that these are non-overlapping. What if I make them the other way around? Would that break? Okay, that loads. So it doesn't seem to matter what order these are in. I guess it just cares that they don't overlap. I guess if you sort the same art mesh more than once, it breaks. So I can make it smaller. But I can't make it bigger. No, wait, now I can? I thought this was broke before. Or maybe it only breaks sometimes? Wait, now this is fixed. Huh. But if I do that? It breaks. I thought it just crashed a second ago. And now it doesn't. Okay, so... So the thing is, if you are sorting a tree, then you need subgroups, which means there needs to be a new entry in draw groups that is sorting the tree. So, what I am thinking is, let's see. Let's see, before, under, so it's under body equals draw orders 0 to 4. Okay. Body equals draw orders 4 to 61. Over body equals draw orders 61 to the end. In body, and so I can create a new draw order. The index doesn't matter. We don't use it for anything. I can create a new draw order, and this is set to -1. So it's the body part. Body.I draw groups. I think. Equals 1. So essentially what I need to do is like include the body as a separate draw order group. And I guess if you're sorting from top to bottom, you would want that one to be the first one. So you would do something like draw group 0 is the body, which is len in body. Total art mesh len in body, because these are just all art meshes. And then we would have a draw order group with everything outside the body. So the index here would be len in body, and the count would be len main orders, and total art mesh would actually be main orders -1, assuming this is actually an art mesh count and it excludes parts. And then for everything in the main orders, in the in body, we say draw group is 0. This is just a hypothesis about how this works, but let's find out. So then we would say MOC3 dot draw orders equals in body plus main orders, root orders. Actually, yeah, main. So let's see if that makes sense. MOC3. Oh, okay. It's interesting that everything else just kind of fell behind like that. I don't know why that happened. Oh. Yeah, why would that happen? Like, it's like it loads slowly. So now the body is behind everything. Is it because of this count here that is wrong? Yeah, I feel like something is like, it's skipping 1 every single frame. So something is weird there. Now, what if I set the body to depth 100? Then the body comes up in... Does this make sense? No, it's supposed to be under everything. Oh, and that crashed. Yeah, it does not like that. Possibly because it's in between the ranges. Yeah, because then the main order should be like a bigger range. So we set this to 200. Okay, now, yes. Okay, so now the body is behind everything else. And if I set it to the same range as everything else, that weird thing happens. What if I make it on top of everything else in principle? Nope. Nope. Oh. That was weird. Okay. Huh. Is this related to the breathing? Is there something keying on depth? Wait, there's a bunch of depth 400s. But there's only one... No, okay, something's wrong. Oh, there's an art mesh with depth 400. No, that's fine. That's the chair. No, that's really the only thing. I feel like this idea I have here is pretty close to how it's supposed to work. Okay, is this because these draw groups are supposed to be the other way around? Oh, wait, hold on. I did this backwards. The eye draw group of the body... It's supposed to be 0. I think I might have it. Yes, and now it looks normal. Yes, okay, it is what I thought. It is what I said. It is what I said. It is what I said. Yeah, I was just confused because it was actually looping. It was doing a weird... That's why it was every frame changing, because it was traversing the list and resorting in a strange way. So now the body is behind the chair. Yeah, there we go. So, now let me see if the draw order group order matters. I suspect it does. Because it probably traverses top to bottom. But it might not. Looks like it doesn't matter. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't matter. Okay. So I guess what this is kind of doing is that it is basically saying, okay, we're going to sort everything in the draw groups from 0 to the body. And I think I know what this is doing. So that's why it maybe does not matter. Now, this is setting sort keys. So it makes sense for... but if it sorts afterwards, it will still work. As long as it's already sorted. I think it makes sense for this to be like that. Yeah, okay. So essentially what it's doing is it's going through the draw order groups and saying, okay, so we have to sort from 0 to the body count draw orders. And has this many art wishes, has this many, this depth range we need to sort in. And then it says, okay. So it assigns like sort keys to those. And then it says, okay, so now I need to sort everything else, and the body is within that, and so it will still don't know what that total art wish count does though. But I bet it's important when it's an inner group like this one. Yeah, see, now that is not working right. Uh-huh. Yeah, now it's probably overflowing. So this is probably some kind of increment. And now it's on top, even though it's not supposed to be. So I think what's going on is that is what this sort group increments the keys by when it traverses that draw group. And so if it is, you know, negative like that, it overflows and it actually ends up putting the thing after the body behind the body. And now it's like really behind. Yeah, so it's kind of assigning like an integer for something, and then I think this main orders doesn't really matter for anything. That's probably just unuseful for like the child groups. And it kind of looks like this is actually a 16-bit number, which means the sort keys are 16 bits. Yeah, which makes sense because they probably plan to have this sort on the GPU or something like that. So what it's doing is it is saying, okay, we are assigning draw orders. We are going to sort these, and there are this many inside here, and they're within this depth range. So it has assigned some kind of number to those. And then it says, okay, now I need to sort... Actually, you know what? If it's done like this, it makes sense for it to be the other way around. It makes sense for it to go and say, okay, sort everything, including the body. And once it knows where the body is, it would know where the sort key has to start. So actually, I think, even though we can't really tell without the changing sort orders from frame to frame thing, I think the correct order for these structures is this. Because I'm guessing what is happening is that this is going through the draw orders and saying, okay, it's saying, okay, the body has to be sorted. Once it gets to the body, it probably looks up the total art meshes inside that. And it says, okay, I have to skip that many numbers in the sort index range, and then do the rest of it. And then once it sorts those inside that, it probably knows the starting index and then just increments by that. So my guess is that this is the correct order to put in the file, if it matters. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go with that. Okay, so this is quite interesting. And say total art mesh count. And art mesh count. So then instead of draw orders, it's more like draw items, right? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay. There was one more thing I wanted to. Okay, yeah. So the hair's the only thing that's 400. So in theory, if I make this body 500 to 500, it should still work. Yeah, because everything is 500 inside the body. And I actually think that the way this depth thing works is actually really dumb. Yeah, I suspect the sort, like the algorithm they're using is probably more like just assign buckets to the depths and iterate them, and then like if it's outside the range, so this is like an optimization, and if it's outside that range, it just doesn't get sorted. I think they're doing something really silly with the sorting here. It's probably not very efficient. Okay, because I don't think you would even need these min depth and max depth if you were doing something reasonable, so. Okay, that's another interesting unknown we had. Now we are finally, this is looking really good. How many unknowns do we have? We have the flag 1 and deformer. That's probably compatibility related. Okay, so, and we have those weird things in the art mesh that we don't know about. Let's set flag 1 to, 0 and everything, just to tell myself that that's what's going on. If I do, that false. Does that do anything? Nah, that doesn't do anything. So many unknowns left. We have those unks, the param, yeah, we don't know what that one is. We tried something there and it didn't do anything, right? It could be related to the snap type, I guess. If I set p dot... Actually, I could try, because if these are floats, just in case, let's try putting some junk in there. That is a valid floating point number. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Let's try setting a snap type that, at the same time saying those, but it shouldn't do anything because that was added later. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna do anything. Or integer snap. Yeah. I don't think that does anything. Okay. So you have that unknown one. Deformer flags, art mesh flags. And that's it. Those are the only unknowns left. Let me just double check the UI so we can guess some things that might exist here. Spectre. So yeah, these are either the new stuff or all that. For deformer, we have the compatibility flags. So that's probably the change they added there. Hey, hold on. Where is the one they added? They have warp deformers have the compatibility setting. Rotation deformers do not have anything. So this is probably that's the flag that is probably that. And so then we still have an unknown in deformer. Yeah, we still have an unknown in deformer. And there are no art paths. And for parts, we just have the drawing group. I don't know what the guide image thing is. I think it's unrelated. And we don't do off-screen drawing yet. So, yeah, we have some unknowns there. I have an FAQ in the description if you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm reverse engineering the model format that all the 2D VTubers use. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty good. All right, what next? I need to figure out some things about how deformers work. I'm probably not gonna get to rendering today. Let's. How about we build a MOC3 from scratch? I think that's gonna be the next fun thing to do. So, make test.py. First of all, I'm gonna need some textures. I'm gonna need like a checkerboard. I can probably find or make something. Everything's from weird websites. I could make something in Inkscape. Yeah, you know what? Let's just make something in Inkscape because I want it to have a specific dimensions. So, for example, we're gonna do like a 5x5 deformer and put a 5x5 checkerboard in there with like sub checkerboards and see if see how the thing works. So, let's see. I'm looking for apps, Inkscape. New documents. Now we're gonna have to have a texture atlas and put some interesting stuff in here. So I guess I might as well just have one to make it simpler. File, document, properties. So let's make this a proper texture atlas. Custom in pixels. And we'll make this 1024 by 1024. And let's save this as test texture.svg. Show the page grid. Get a grid in here. So spacing X, spacing Y, every 16 and 16 or something like that. Yeah, so let's just do power suit 2 to make it easy. Turn on snap. So let's do some quadrants at 25% of the... No, okay, hold on. Why am I not getting majors and minors? Hold on, what? It's barely visible. Let's make these red. No, that's not right. Pixels, not millimeters. Yeah, that makes more sense. So I don't have to bother with like the edges too much. I'm just gonna put it here at the corner. So no fill. Actually, let's make the fill. Let's make the document transparent. And actually make the page like white. I guess white is okay. So let's make a test texture here that is just where's my layouts? Here? Yeah, okay. So fill should be like, let's give me some nice teal color, something like that. And let's actually make it like this and then have some transparency so that we can see how things blend later. And then we're gonna put some lines on top so that I can see what my vertices are doing. Stroke style, pixels. Let's make it like 8 pixel white line. No, it's too big. 2 pixel white line. Even 3 pixel white line. No, let's make it a line 4. Not 2. Okay, so that one 100% opacity and paste. I want this to be advanced mode nodes. I don't want bounding boxes. I want just nodes. Yeah, like that. So there's gonna be make some repeats here. And rotate. And make the other axis a little slightly different color so I can kind of know which is vertical and which is horizontal. So maybe like so. Actually, no, that's an ugly color. Just blue. Something like that. Okay. So that's gonna be for testing deformers, and I think that's pretty much all I need for now anyway. Yeah, let's just use that for now. So export. No background color. Test texture.png. And actually, I'm going to move those things in here. Again? Yeah, MV doesn't work. I need to figure out what's going on. Okay. Now, the PNG. See that? Copy works. Okay, so now I need a test model. Let's just put it in here. Test model. Let's move this in here. Let's copy the Chibi JSONs here. Without the expression. We don't need items pinned to model. I don't think we need the CDI3. I don't know if it can just be empty. Let's delete it for now, and if it asks for it, we can add it. I don't know if we need physics. And I don't think we need VTube because it will generate that for us most likely. So probably just need so it's just on texture. No physics and no display info, and we don't need any groups. So just curious if it will even load if I just do test model.moc3. Do I have this here? Yeah. So if I load models, does not like that. Ah, it is there. Okay. Could not load Live2D model. Model 3 JSON file not found. What? But it isn't there. It might be that it it might be that it wants physics, or that it needs a or that it doesn't like that it just has one texture. Just to make sure. Give it 3. Nah, all 3 gems found are broken. How do you mean found are broken? Oh, because I deleted that. Ah, it's the JSON thing. Okay. The comma. I hate JSON. Ah, look. Well, we don't need setup, so now it's me, except it's all that texture. So that works. And now let's make a MOC3 file for this. I probably should not have tracking for this test though, so let's turn that off. And let's make a MOC3 file. So I can use the chibi.txt as a reference here, and we start building up a file from scratch. So let's see if we can do that. Let's make test, put that in here. So MOC3, okay. From MOC3 imports star MOC3. What does a MOC3 need? It needs, does it need parts? It actually does not need any parts because you can have art meshes outside of parts, so we can just ignore that. MOC3, MOC.version equals 3. It does need some canvas properties. Scale equals, let's see, what scale? Do we want to use the same scale? You can just use the same scale. Let's just say, is 1000 by 1000 and dims. Let's just make it simple like that. So we just have a scale of 2000 and 2000? No, 1000. Center is 500 and you scale is 500 and dimensions is 1000 by 1000. That makes sense. Yeah, because of the way it was scaled, that makes sense. So then basically our model is from -1 to 1. Now, we need to create the arrays. I probably should just do that in moc3.py here. If I haven't done it yet. Did I do that? Oh yeah, I do an init attributes and set the fields to empty, so that's what I want. Okay, good. So if I just have an art mesh, moc.artmeshes and art mesh, and I'm gonna have a function for adding vertices, so let's get a numpy from import as np add verts. I'm gonna just flatten it and then say we can create some vertices and add them to the let's add VPO, add IBO. I could actually, you know what? I should add these to. I should put these in the MOC3 in the code here because we're going to be using that pretty often. So we can just say moc dot. Add VTX, add IDX. This is a VBO because I use it for everything. Yeah, let's see if the numpy thing works here, but we'll try that. Sorry, the version is 5, not 3, I think. So what do we need in the model? We need an art mesh. We don't need any parameters in principle. It could just be empty. In principle, we only need an art mesh. That should be the minimum viable model. Because the draw order, we already established that if we leave that empty, it just becomes arbitrary. And although it might crash, but I think it probably will be fine if we just have one. So let's declare the art mesh. So am dot id equals this is text, so art mesh 0. And everything defaults to 0, so that makes things easy. Visible equals true. Actually, I can set defaults for these. I think I had one? No. Let's put up the order of that. It's subcon value. Okay, the other way around. Blue 32, true. Let's put defaults into the things that make sense. On flag 1, we default that to true because it seems to always be true. Fewer things to do. And oh, we do need a multiply color apparently. So to say color, this needs to be mock 0. Actually, you know what? I can cheat. I can do something useful with the a struct. Well, first of all, I don't even need that because I can I don't actually need the index for almost anything. Yeah, you know what? Let's just not have that. So you can print it and validate it. And yeah, all the 0 defaults are probably fine. We just need to add some vertices. So, verts equals, so we need, yeah, so one of my most important questions is, well, first of all, you cannot deform a texture that does not have vertices, right? That does not have enough points. So I want to create a lot of points for this art mesh. The coordinates I used here, I assume these go downwards in the texture S and T. I'm not sure. We'll find out. Actually, I'm going to make it the whole thing first. So let's just say make mesh. Div plus 1, and we can reuse this for deformers and for textures. Actually, I think NumPy can just generate this for us. Why am I doing it by hand? Not random. There's like linear, there's something, there's like a array creation routines. Lin space. Yeah. Mesh grid. No, this sounds a little complicated. I think it's on in space. Start, stop, x0, x0 plus width, and num x div. But it's +1, I think. And then I need to like multiply these two arrays. How do I essentially like do a product? I need to like tile them and across the 2 dimensions or something like that. No, broadcast, yes. Broadcast arrays. Yeah, okay, so I can broadcast, because I don't want to add them. I need them as coordinates inside. So, how does that work? No, sorry. Start, stop, num2. 5. Okay, yeah. So you get, yes. So if I do np.broadcast, okay, so it always works as the outer dimension. So so I can just do this, and then I think I can just transpose. Yeah. And then I need to stack these to get all the coordinates where I want them. So 0011 X divisions is well, we need at least as many as the texture here had, which is 16. So some mosquito here or something. I don't know. Yeah, I think we have a little friend here. Tatamate. Okay, I don't know where it went, but I have the tools to get rid of it now. So if it shows up again, I will apply some high voltage to the mosquito. Okay, let's see if I can make sense of this. Okay, so we have a make mesh, BL valves, return I. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, the mosquito has been dealt with. I really don't like mosquitoes. Okay, let's see if this works. So we make a mesh of vertices, and then we need to create the primitives for this. So essentially for indices, what we just do is for y in range y div plus 1 for x in range x div plus 1. No, x div actually. Then we basically create a primitive, so let's get 0, 0 there. Oh, I was just remembering something. We have texture coordinates. But oh yeah, the vertices would be in the yeah. So we more than an artifact, we also need to create at least one shape form for that. I need the vertex coordinates, the texture coordinates. I also need a add VBO, add TC. Text chords, we return off. Okay. So we have a VBO from 0 to 1. Actually, let's make the VBO from yeah, 0 to 1 is easy. Actually, we can do that in the scale and center too. Now let's say, because it's easier to center, let's just do 0 to 1. And because I think for deformers it was probably 0 to 1, I think. And then we can say yeah, I text chord. So this is sorry, this isn't video. Text chord. This should eventually be 1/4 because I made it 1/4, but for now we'll do the whole thing so we can show the whole thing. VBO is actually going to be part of a form, so we need a art mesh form. Let's make the depth 500 because that's the default. Didn't make that. I forgot what order that goes in again. Subcon value, okay. So no, don't need to do that. And the default opacity should be 1.0 for the same reason. Is opacity 100? It's 1.0. Okay, so opacity is 1.0 by default, and we do need the colors for that. We're just gonna have white and black. Yeah, this is just int32ul. No, that's the names. Sorry. The colors just. Yeah, it's just value RGB. Okay, so white equals color. White white dot value equals just a tuple, so let's put them in this order. RGBA or RGB? It's RGB. And then we can just say mock dot colors multiply. Oh, they're separate. Sorry. So multiply colors. Append white screen. Append black. And then we don't even need to set those indices because they default to 0. Okay. Don't need to set the visible because it defaults to 1. So we make index. So for Y, for X, and what we need to do is start equals actually the Y stride is X div plus 1. Y times Y stride. Actually extend. So the triangles we're drawing here are top left, right, and then Y stride. That's one triangle. And then the second triangle would be starting there, plus 1, and then plus Y stride. So these are two triangles to make one quad. Where am I? Can I close it? Okay. And then we just add indices. And as I make mesh, I want to just return the vals because we're going to use it for both. Return IDX. Make meshes. Actually, show the mesh first. We're gonna change that later. Verts. The text chords would be add text chords. And the IBO would be that's actually text chords. How do I get the total length of a numpy? Methods. No. Yeah, okay, it's the size. So I assert that all those are the same. And this is plus 1. So we add those to the that, and now we also need to add the order mesh form. Mock dot mesh forms AMF. And everything is going to be 0, so we only need the count order mesh forms needs to be 1. So it needs at least 1 form. And we also need a key point array set. We need an empty one that has no forms. I'm gonna think for adding objects to this. Everything that has the struct we can remap, and I'm just gonna have an add thing where you can just add an object and it'll give you the ID. Actually, just do that. So that way we can just add arbitrary things. As long as they are subclasses of that, and they are not reused. And I think the only one that is reused is color, but I don't really care. I can add a a special case for this. And also, what we will do is when we add an object, object.index, we set the index to that. So then it knows where it is. So that way I can just say, actually, we can just return the... We can just return the object and make it a little easier. Because I can just do that. And maybe I can just make this optional too and just automatically set it when you add it. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna just declare these as 0 index on those. Light value, and just a little pedantic here. Yeah, I really should do more metaprogramming to make this more interesting in Python. But for now, we're going to just go with this. Return NP stack. I think we might have another mosquito. Maybe. I saw something. Oh yeah, there's something. Got it. Okay. It's a class. I forgot, how do you check in Python if something is a struct? I did this before. I can inspect is class, so that's what it was. Okay. For size, int object is not callable. Okay, that is a property. Assertion error. Okay, what do we have here? This should be 17 by 17. It's actually, this is +2. Because it's +1. No, it doesn't work. Okay, hold on. So if it's a 16 by 16 array, then the range, no, it should be 16 by 16 quad. So yes, this is 0. This is not +1 because we only have a +1 there. And then the Y stride is xdiff +1 because we need the endpoint. Okay, so what's going on here? Okay, it's very wrong. Oh, because we have 2 items. Ah, okay, there we go. Okay, how do I flat? Flat is dot flat. But I want it as a function. Guess we just assume it's an indie array. And then it's not, the plus equals doesn't work here. We need dot append or something like that. Does that work for arrays? Concat? No. Yes, you can append, okay. And am I initializing these right? Probably I'm not, because in the... when I create a mock with nothing in it, enters. It just creates them like that. But I think if it is a non... If it is class, set it to that. Else, set it to actually numpy array. I'll just do it manually because it's just a few of them. The ones we need are... Any array has no attribute append. Okay. Yeah, okay. It's there's no actual like in place append. Maybe I shouldn't use numpy for these fields then. Yeah, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do it as a regular Python array then. Use the regular Python methods. Oh, this object, okay. Okay, good. Tuple has no value already because I'm printing. I need to use the name tuple thing, which I don't really want to do. I don't really like this name tuple stuff. Okay, so we have that, and validation failed, index zero list integer and of range. Okay, so what is our range? The form is good. The key point array set is good. I part and I deformer have to be -1. Forgetting the subcommas. Yeah. So we have a MOC3 that has where's that print going? That has scale 1000 by 1000 pixels and has one art mesh that has no key points, a single form that's visible with standard blend mode. Oh, I need to set vertex count. And vertex count is the text chords divided by 2. And something is wrong. Count IBO is wrong. There, count IBO. Vertex count is 8. That does not sound right. Vertex count 289. Sounds reasonable. It should be 17 by 17. Yes. That sounds about right. Okay, let's write it out to a file and see if it works. Aha, okay, camera from the center, given value X. Oh, I guess it just wants a tuple for this. That's not right. Oh, it's because I'm reloading the same. I need to reload the test model. Okay. Reload.py. Import sys. Reload.py test. Whatever, just auto setup. Okay, look, it works. It worked. So it is flipped. I probably want to put a some text on here so that I know what's going on. Make this bold. And a little transparent. Export. Let's reload that. It's PNG? Yeah, it's PNG. Whatever, it's just copies. How do I just... Whatever, don't care. Okay. It's gonna do that every time, and it's like, default Live2D parameter. Yeah, I think it's because it doesn't have any parameter names, and it just by default just shows that because there are no params. I guess it's just gonna annoy me with that every time. Okay, fine. So it actually shows in the right orientation. Which I guess means the model by default loads like with 0, 0 centered. Because I made it from 0 to 1, so that makes sense. Yeah. So which direction are the coordinates increasing? So for example, if I make the vertices go from 1 to 2, that didn't do anything. Because I didn't make this Y. That did not do anything. Let's set the screen color to something actually, because that way we can do we can see the extent of the art mesh. That does not work. One thing I can do is set it to additive. Well, let's just for now let's just set the text chords to 0.25, which I think is the extent I had. Yeah. So that should make it bigger. Yes. And then, so I don't know is why the vertices here, it doesn't do anything if I just make it bigger. Interesting, so it's like the vertices don't matter. That's unexpected. Hello! Thank you so much for the super chat! Okay, no, it's smaller it works. Smaller it works. It doesn't like bigger, which I guess means it is possibly auto-sizing? Okay, it automatically computes bounds. Oh no, it is working, sorry. So what about if I make it stretch? Oh, stretching isn't working, okay. Am I just dumb? Did I just break the... I think I'm just dumb. Yes, I am just dumb. Okay, now it's stretching. Okay, good. Thank you so much for super chat. There's a super sticker. You're able to display the chords to see where the vertices are. I mean, I can kind of see it from the texture, right? So I know the vertices are the coordinate space seems to be top left to bottom right. So it's like sort of standard image coordinates. So let's make a note of that. Make y2, then it should increase downwards. Yeah. Okay, good. Scale, center, and dims. Okay. Okay, good. Are you trying to read an OSS render? Yes. So now the interesting stuff is, let's see if first of all I want to figure out how mesh deformers work and how they deform other mesh deformers. So first of all, let me look at my map here because I wanted to see what the coordinate system was for mesh deformers. So if you have not rotation for, because it is flattened, so mesh for warp deformers. It seems to be 0 to 1. It seems like 0 to 1 is the coordinate system for warp deformers, which kind of makes sense in context. Yeah, that makes sense in context. So it makes things easy. So if I grab a... what I assume is going to happen is that the deformer is going to just uniformly break up the texture like that. So if I go here and... let's add a deformer. Warp equals, so we're gonna need 2 objects for that. Mock.add deformer. I type deformer equals mock.add warp deformer index. And let's grab the index from that and assign it directly. Default true, and this is probably default true for that one. Again, we have no key points, so a single deformation. Let's call this warp 0. And it's at the first. So now we're going to say warp dot typed gives me the properties of the warp deformer here. So we also need to set the I key point array sets from that dot. So how many divs? We're going to do the same amount as the. Actually, no, we're going to do just 4 divisions for now. So the texture is 16 by 16 squares and 16 by 16 vertices, but this deformer is only 4 by 4. So my divs is also 4. And warp.vertex count equals 5 times 5. So we have 1 warp form. So now we have to add a warp form. And I guess default opacity to 1.0. So we can make the warp verts as a mesh that is 4 by 4. Oh, and add VBO needs to align. I forgot about that. I think vertices were always aligned to what? To what they were aligned? They were aligned to 60. I think it was the 16, which is like 64 bytes, which makes sense. I think. So let's make sure we do that. I forgot what the IBO is alignment is actually. Let's take a look here. 294, 570, 1050. Okay. Okay, so indices are not aligned. Yeah, 1401. The vertices though are, and I think it's always multiples of 64. Or not, actually. Text chords. Text chords are only aligned to, looks like multiples of 4? Not even that, multiples of 2. So they're not aligned. But the IBO, though, I'm pretty sure is aligned. These were aligned to something. Yeah, B0. 80. Let's find the one that had the 4. Yeah, E0, that's yeah, I think it's aligned to multiples of possibly 32. I think so, yeah. I think it's 32 vertices. They also oh, look like that. Yeah, okay, let's just add that to the add VBO. So, make test. Warp verts. I did not like that. Validation failed. Okay. Yeah. Oh, new. You probably want to set that to default. True. Something's wrong here about the word deformer. Because this is typed. Sorry, typed. This has to be under typed. Aha. Okay. So now we have that. Let's just put it in the middle here. And make sure we can reload that. And now if I add the deformer, looks exactly the same because we haven't deformed it. But now if I deform it by changing, for example, that X extent, it becomes squished. Now, what I want to find out is what happens when we So first of all, are they doing perspective correct interpolation? I think that is what the algorithm thing changed, I suspect. So if I do warp verts, and let's just do a very simple one. Let's just do a Let's just do a 1 by 1. Which means you're gonna need 4 vertices. And so then we can have 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. Should still be the same. Tuple cannot be interpreted as an integer. It doesn't like tuples, wants lists. It's not like that. End the array. That did not work. Why did that not work? Something's wrong with my vertices. Possibly the wrong major order there. Cancel. Let's not print the whole mock. It's 0, 1. Okay, so I have it wrong. The vertices have to right, the vertices are x comma y, so it has to be x comma y. So what probably happened there is that I flipped the model, and because I don't have backside drawing enabled, it disappeared. So if I enable backside drawing, which is am.render config dot double-sided equals true, then yes, then it is flipped. Images are PNGs could be scaled without including like SVGs. No, they can't. These are all PNGs. All the models are PNGs, always. Okay, so now this makes sense. So now what I want to know is, are they doing perspective correct interpolation? I think they are doing that. I think they are doing a, like, they're in, I forget how you do the math for that, but I think if I make the, for example, the top vertices, right? So at y equals 0, I make this 0.2 and 0.8. That did not work. Yeah, see, you get this nice perspective correct interpolation, right? I think. Is that perspective correct? I think it is. I'm not sure, actually. It might not be. No, that might be linear. So then I'm not sure how they're doing. Okay, hold on. No, because it needs to be closer to the bottom. So I need to do like a 0.5 here. That looks perspective correct, I think. Does it? It looks like to me. I'm just trying to visually see how it is done, but I think it is. Yeah, it is, because you can see the... Is it? I'm just figuring out how it looks when it's wrong. Okay, so if we change the... there's the... new deform algorithm. If we do the old one, I think that's the non-perspective correct one. Yeah, okay, yeah. So oh wow, what? Oh, I see what happened there. I see what happened there. I see what happened there. So it looks like what they were doing before is interpolating in triangles. They were triangulating the deformer. And then interpolating within the triangles, which of course does this. Or is that just the texture triangle? No, that's just the texture triangle, isn't it? Because, yeah, no, okay, hold on. It's the, when you deform a texture, the texture coordinates itself, the texture itself needs perspective correct coordinate interpolation. So, actually, because remember, these are actually all texture coordinates, the little squares in here, right? So this is not just this is not just the texture's own interpolation, which might be, I don't know if the texture's own interpolation is perspective correct or not, actually. It possibly might not be. But they were interpolating the actual deformer as like naively triangles. So that's what they fixed, yeah. So this is called new deformer. This is called perspective correct quads. Let's call it that. And then, so the next question I have is the texture interpolation doing that? So if I make the texture, instead of 16 by 16, if I make the texture itself 1 by 1, then the texture itself will not be subdivided. So then, what does it look like? It doesn't work. 1 by 1. Yes, okay, so then you do get that. So texture interpolation doesn't know anything about depth, and because it can't. There's no way for it to know that. It's just triangles. However, when you interpolate the deformer itself, that is a quad-based structure, and it can do the perspective correct thing. Which means if you want to do perspective in a texture in Live2D, you have to subdivide it. You have to have enough vertices for that to look right, which makes sense. It's kind of the way all this works. This is all very logical. Okay. I'm not making a renderer yet. I am figuring out like subtle things about how this works. Zoom to see better. Yeah, I mean, sure. Okay, so now we know what that does, and that's exactly what I suspected that was gonna do. Does it make sense? So now the next question I have, and this is gonna be a very big one, is when you deform a deformer with another deformer, is that deforming the deformer's own vertices, or is that deforming the entire texture through both deformers? This is a big question I have. And the way we test that is by having a warp deformer that is 1 by 1, so it cannot have any interesting deformations applied to it, and then having a second warp deformer that applies to it. And then we need to make some vertices for that. So that one, for example, we're going to see it like this, and we know that's interpreting nicely. And now the question is, that is 1 by 1. So if I make another deformer that is, for example, 2 by 2, and move just the center point, is that going to do anything, or is it going to do nothing? The way I can do that is by saying warp verts 0 to 1 with 2 by 2 divisions. And then just looking at the middle point, so warp verts. And it would be, assuming this is using the right Yeah, it's the right one. So we look at the indices 1, 1, colon equals. So if we say 0.5, 0.5, that should be identical. And let's say perspective grad quads is false for this one. So we make a 2x2 division warp deformer. So now it looks the same. And if I move this point, it does not do anything. That's what I thought. So people have been getting this wrong in some ideas they've had. Let's go back to non-perspective. Let's go back to non-perspective and actually just do it like this. So now it's non-perspective and it did nothing. However, if I set the deformer directly on the texture, we have that. Actually, that's weirder than I expected. What's going on there? I'm not really seeing the grid here. Why is that a triangle? Like it pulled that vertex down. Oh, because I said protect. Yeah, because this is false. It should be true, and then it won't be a triangle anymore. Yeah. Okay. There you go. That's what I want. Yeah. So you can see that it pulled that middle vertex out, right? So you get this weird deformation. But that only works if there actually is a vertex to deform there. So if you chain deformers, the inner deformer needs to have enough subdivisions for the outer deformer to work with. Otherwise, it doesn't work. If I add a vertex on the inside deformer, still nothing. Okay, what happened there? Does it need more? Does it need more? Stripe a 4x4. Huh, okay. What's going on there? Oh, because this needs to be... No, it should be. It should work. Okay, I did something wrong. It's definitely deforming the texture, right? Why is it not deforming a deformer? Oh, because it's I parent. It's I deformer parent. If I do that, yes, it does deform it. And if I don't make the inner one 4x4, see, then it doesn't work. So the inner deformer needs to have vertices for the outer deformer to deform, which means that chaining deformers is cheap because you are not processing all the vertices in your texture through every single deformer. You're only processing every object once, but by its parent deformer. That's what I thought. I've seen people say on Twitter that Live2D, like multiplications, like calculations stack, like, you know, multiplicatively when you chain deformers. They do not. You need the vertices in the intermediate deformer for that to make sense. For example, if I make this one 3x3, you'll see something weird happen because now we're chaining a mesh that doesn't line up with the middle one. See? now the deformed points are not aligned with the top deformer, so you get this combination of the two meshes. So this is what I thought was going to happen, and I really wanted to check it. Yes, so chain deform is only chain deform is only up to define texture after they've done deforming each other. So the parent deformer never directly deforms the texture and cannot deform the texture in a way that the child deformer couldn't already by itself. And that also means that you can actually compute this whole thing sort of lazily. So the easiest way to implement it would be just iterate all the art meshes and then recursively deform the deformers. And like once you deform it once, you just cache it, and you can have that deformation forever. Of course, if you're going to run this on the GPU, then we might want to think of a better way of doing that. Like, for example, if we are using compute shaders to deform everything, then the safe way to do that would be something like figure out all the deformers at every level of the tree and then do a compute launch for every level, so that then, you know, every compute shader invocation has the output of the previous one. But actually, deforming deformers is cheap enough that you can probably just do it on the CPU, and then only do the final texture coordinate deformations on the GPU. And I think that would be the most reasonable way to do it. Okay, so now rotation deformers. I have a very I have an interesting question here. When you have a rotation deformer that's a child of a mesh deformer, it does a weird thing with the rotation, and they would like to know how that is calculated because it is very strange. So I've seen like videos of what it does, and it doesn't make any sense to me. So we need to figure out how to make it make sense. So let's Let's make some functions that will create these deformers. Let's say warp, identity, warp, simple, warp, warp, 2x2 offset. So now we can just say warp equals warp simple, offset, and the parent is warp2.index, and the deformer here is warp index. So that should do the same thing we did before. Warp simple, let's take the arguments here. Div, y div, x div, y div. So now let's do a rotation deformer. Rot equals so rot 90. Rot deformer. Rotation. So now we need a rot forms. Yeah, we don't set the colors because they're all 0 anyway. The angle offset, I think we never saw that be set. Yeah. That's our form, and we need the rot form. And so that is a very simple structure that has, set the opacity by default here, default. Nation scale, array tuple xy, float, bool 32, bool 32. Our form dot angle equals 90. That should be all we need to get it 90 degrees rotated. So now we give it a rotation deformer. And what happened there? Try 0 first. Okay, so the origin is this coordinate, we know that. So that is rotating around 0, 0, which makes sense. And, so now what I want to do is, what on earth does a mesh deformer on top of this do? So I'm gonna have a test mesh that does divisions and an offset. So x 0.1, 2x2 offset. We said, yeah, that's fine. So warp simple, warp. If we just do a warp simple, it shouldn't really do much, but we are gonna make it from -1 to 1, so it is centered around where the rotation origin is. And actually, yeah, how about I make the rotation also centered around the texture? So that means I need to transform the texture. So make it from -1 to 1, and that way we have it rotating around the center. Okay, does that make sense? Let's see if that's doing what I want. So if I make it 0, no. Sorry, it's plus h plus, yeah. It's 2 and 2. Yeah, okay, I'm doing width and height. So I actually, let's do it with ones and just do it as like this. Less confusing. Yeah, I think that's less confusing. Okay, so now if I rotate it, 90. Yeah, it rotates in place. Now the center is where the center is. And so now what happens with a warp on top? So I think I'm actually going to add another texture now, because it's going to make it a little easier to see. Why is it? Do not do bounding boxes. So let's do a 4x4 deformer. and make these red. Rotate this, make these green. And make them a little wider. 4 pixels, but opacity is gonna be like 40% or something like that. I just want to see it. And re-export that. So now I can add a separate art mesh. So let's do a 4x4 simple deformer that has vertices from -1 to 1. Doesn't really matter, but let's do it like that. Let's actually have the x0, x1 stuff in here. Okay, so we created a rotation deformer. We create a warp deformer. We set it a simple one as 4x4 -1 1 1 1. Warp viz is a visualizer art mesh. Set that to the deformer, and then the test art mesh goes first. And that is rotated by the rotation deformer, and so we set the rot.i deformer parent warp.index. there during building. Hard argument is not an integer. Index there. Okay, so now we have a deformer on top and a and another texture, and so you can see this is not rotated. This is the deformer on top. Now, what happens when we deform this deformer? How does it affect the rotation deformer? I do believe translation just does the right thing. So warp viz is 0 to 1. So this is showing the deformer's mesh, and this mesh is -1 to 1. So that makes sense that it's mapping there. Now, why is it not doing anything to the rotation offset? The rotation is rotating around the center, and then that should be it should be doing something to it already, I think. Oh, I have an uppercase I. Okay. So if I do that now... okay, yeah, so it's already offsetting it, which makes sense. Because the... I set the warp to -1 to 1, which means I am moving the 0.0 in the input to this position here. So the way I fix that is by saying rform dot translation. This happens after the rotation. So I want the translation to go back to 0, 0 so that it can be mapped by a rotation deformer again. So this will if I set the scale to 0.5, no, does that make sense? No. The texture is from -1 to 1. It gets rotated. Then the actually, no, this is already interesting. I expected this warp to scale the rotation deformer, but warps don't scale rotation deformers. They only translate and rotate. So, let's center it. So that at least it this falls at 0.5. The center of here, so this is -1 to 1 is the range this is outputting, and the warp is also -1 to 1. So we want the rotation deformer to be at the center of the warp deformer. Yeah, this is already weird. So we're off by 1. But the translation is going to be... Yeah, the translation is going to be offset. So I need to set the translation to... if I set it to 0.5, and don't set the parent, then yes, it's offsetting by half of a like 1/4. However, if I set the parent, then it lines up because the translation is getting affected by the warp deformer. Now, because that warp deformer was at let me think again. So if we have 0.5, that means the center of rotation is 0.5 inside the warp deformer, which is the exact center of it. So then we're moving it inside to fit. Okay, now what happens if I... So if I move this point in the deformer in the center, this should just move the entire rotation deformer, right? Because it's just one point. So if I do warp simple and then I want to change the 4x4, let's do the warp 2x2 offset instead. Just do a plus equals 0.2 here or something. If we do a 2x2 offset, okay, so we can see that the point got moved from its original position. And then what happened to the angle? So the translation is still centered at the right place. Now I need to figure out how is this angle calculated? Well, suspiciously, it seems to line up very nicely with this line here. I kind of want to put a parameter on this and see, like, how it affects the modifications. Let's try a different offset here. It's 3.4. Yeah, it's especially tracking this line here. Like, why would it rotate in this direction of all things, you know? Like counterclockwise. If I move it in the other direction, if I say it's minus 0.4, then yeah, you get that. If I move it up, get even more clockwise. Well, I think I know what it's doing. This is really silly, but I can see what it's doing. I think it's really just taking this line of the deformation and making it follow that. I don't think it's doing anything particularly interesting. So for example, if I put the so right now the rotation is at 0.5. If I put it at 0.75, then it should be here. And what just happened? Is the overlay the same? Yes. If I put it down here, it's at that point, and you can see that it is just following the top line. So how does it work as interpolated? Well, I guess if I make it 0.7. At some point it has to start rotating in the other direction. Huh. So is it maybe not even maybe not even me a little crosshair here or something so I can give a dot. So it's not even interpolating the angle. Okay, this is extremely cursed. I have no idea how anyone uses this effect. It is ridiculous. It is just taking the angle of the left side of the current. Like if I do 0.5151. Oh, now it's different. Okay, so what? Oh, this is really weird. Yeah, so it is interpolating somewhat. That's perfectly straight. That has to be a hint. Now it's perfectly straight. That has to be a hint somehow. It's anchored by this center point. It has to do with the center point. Everything's about the center point, but what I don't know is how it gets the angle from that. And I bet if I set perspective correct quads to false, something different happens, I bet. Yeah, so there is something very interesting. I think this is probably built on some kind of very simple, like derivative thing, or even simpler. Like maybe it's just taking a given offset. I think there's a very dumb formula behind this. I'm gonna switch the textures around. Or even make a new one that just has the plain text with and then a separate grid to see how the deformer applies to different things. So let's go back here and have like a different test grid for the deformer. Here's one and another one. Let's remove these. And make these like bright red, so you can see everything. So let's get the other images in here. That did not work. I am bad at texture coordinates. I'm looking for 0, 0.5, and then 0.25 and 0.75. That should be right. Hold on. Warp phase is I'm bad. Ah. Okay. I don't know anything works. I think this is the last thing I'm gonna figure out today. If I can figure out this weird math. 2x2 offsets, 1, 1. Go back to that to make sure it still works. Okay, yes. So warp viz 0.5 is yeah, so I just want to increase y to 0.5. So that should give me oh, I didn't copy it. Turn this down, I think. Yeah, okay, that's why. Okay, so there's our warp. That's because I did not make this 16. Yeah, even the indices would. Yes. Okay, so there's our warp deformer visualizer, and now what happens to the rotation? So that's confusing. So So at 0.5, it just tracks that one line in the mesh deformer perfectly. Now this mesh deformer is only 2 by 2, but we are interpolating. So if I do 0.75, 0.75, and it's tracking this line perfectly, which means it's basically tracking, like, if it subtracts 1 from the mesh, it's basically looking like it y minus something. And the question is, what is that something? So I guess I can try to just play with it until it... Yeah, so let's just do decrease the y along this line and see what it changes. So 0.65. It's still there. 0.55. It's gonna be something really dumb. Yeah, it starts changing. At 0.6. Is it just minus 0.1? It's just gonna be minus 0.1, isn't it? This is so silly. Yeah, see, now it's a little off. So at 55, we should get about half and half. And that's why it's perfectly vertical. No, wait, does that make sense? That means we are, Does that make sense? I'm not so sure, actually. Let's move at this point higher, the deformation. Ah, it's still there, okay. But that makes sense, because even if this is squished horizontally, the original coordinate transform for -1 there is still gonna be the same. Yeah, because this is a fraction, right? This x value here is a fraction. So as long as these 2 points are in line, then the projection of those 2 points are gonna be vertically in line. So even if I lower this corner, for example, y0 x2 plus equals 0, 0.2. Should lower this corner on the right. Yeah, it's still vertical because it is still projecting like that. And even if I make it much bigger, Yeah, it still works the same. However, if I move that coordinate horizontally, then we change the angle. Okay, yeah, this is so dumb. This is so like the silliest way they could do it. Okay, so this is the notes. Yeah, it's really dumb. It's really, really dumb. Okay. That is so silly. I was really wondering about that. How the rotation changed the mesh, and like it didn't make any sense when I saw the videos, and I said, okay, it is a hack. It is someone came up with a dumb way to do this, and it just became the standard. All right. That also means that if you have a rotation deformer at the edges of a mesh, I'm not sure what happens. Okay, next thing to figure out is how do deformers extrapolate outside their bounds? And that should be pretty easy. What we can just do is get rid of the rotation nonsense. And just do this 2x2 offset from -1, whatever, that's fine. Just do the warp fizz. And except I want to extend the warp fizz outside the confines. So if I make it double the size, then it needs to go from, instead of from 0 to 1, it would go from -5 to 1.5. Okay, so what happened here? Okay, that is already weird. What the heck is that? I think I need more subdivisions on the texture to see what's going on here. But it doesn't matter because it's squares, but... No, it does matter. Let's do 64 by 64 just to get everything. Like it doesn't change anything. I'm gonna add a major minor thing here so we can kind of see what's going on. So if I do these and make them 1 pixel wide and then only make the major ones. Pixels. Pixels. So the original warp is these 4 sections here in the middle, right? And then what's going on with the extrapolation? It is weird. Now, you're not supposed to do this in Live2D. They warned you not to do this. This is weird. Why is there a nick there? If I do non-perspective correct. If I do non-perspective correct, the inside changes, but the outside does not. So the outside doesn't even have a perspective correct mode, which might explain why it's weird. So you can see there's a line here where somehow... I think it's like picking the nearest edge. And doing something with it. Interesting because look, this part of the deformer here is actually completely square there. Okay, let's make it perspective correct. Let's do something. First, let's make this a different deformer with like a 3x3 offset. I'm just gonna copy paste because I'm lazy. Okay, interesting. So, when the deformer has... Okay, let's do 4x4 because I want my things to line up on the grid. Okay. So points inside the deformer. No, huh? Wait, hold on. So at least in this case, it looks like it's only using the points on the edge of the deformer to do anything. Is that the case for 2x2? If I only warp the inside one. Yes, okay. So it ignores the points inside the deformer. It is only using the edges to figure out the extension of the deform. So it's not trying to continue the gradients inside the deformer. Rather, it's doing something with the edges only. Okay. Now, the interesting thing is that in this 2x2, if I move just one corner, everything changes. Even the left side, which is far away from that corner. What if I change a... Okay, I think I know what's going on because Live2D said something about points outside the deformer, and I think there's something interesting going on here. What if I move the point at 0, 1 instead, which is the middle one of a side? Aha, okay, too much. Okay, so there's some interesting edge behavior here. You can remove this one, because the middle one doesn't do anything. It only cares about the bounding box of the deformer. I think there's some really dumb math going on here again that I'm gonna have to just guesswork. Because you can see there's a triangle there. And kind of another triangle here. So they're doing something at the 4 absolute corners of the deformer. Because when you mess with those, the entire outside gets screwed up. Even if you mess with just one. So it's like they are applying the sort of the transform of the overall mesh deformer, and then they're doing something for the sides outside of the external triangles. This is very weird. So they have a really funny hint in the docs. Where is this? So the warp deformers, they have... Yeah, so this is what they mentioned about the... this is busy. That doesn't matter, busy. It's just internal. This is what they did about perspective. However, there's something in there. Where was that? There was a hint somewhere. Parent-child hierarchy structure. Yeah, this. So they have this funny formula here where it's like the one place they mentioned like ON notation. They are saying that if a single point... Basically they're saying that for every point outside the deformer, it takes twice the number of calculations to compute it, plus 4. Like if you have any point outside, there's an extra 4 that have to be computed. Now, they're doing something with the bounding box corners. And then they're doing something with the individual points. And they have this kind of explanation here that doesn't make any sense. The following process runs the conversion processing version of 3. Okay, what this is saying is that it interpolates the keyforms for the deformer, that it interpolates the keyforms for the child, and then it does the... So this doesn't tell us anything. And then it does the transformation. So that's not useful. Okay, first let's try something simpler. Let's try a 1x1 offset. I didn't do that properly. Okay, so if we don't have any inner points, this is a single This is already weird, even without any extra points. If we just have the bounding box... Let's turn off perspective correct, because I think that is going to make more sense without that. Or maybe not. And it doesn't change anything with the perspective correct, right? Yeah, the outside doesn't change. Which probably means that is an old algorithm that doesn't even take into account perspective correction. So what are they doing there? I'm gonna add some circles in here so this makes sense. And put a rectangle in here so I can see. Stick the background in here. Okay. Where'd my blue go? Oh, did I not reload? Huh? Where'd my blue go? Ah, there you go. am reusing the 16 by 16 mesh, right? The warp viz is using 16 by 16, right? 64 by 64. Yeah, if I make like 4 by 4, it'll be weird. Just making sure I'm not losing precision in the mesh and texture. Yeah, okay, then you get that. Yes, sure. So it is 64 by 64. So the fact that these points here are exactly on that dot there is kind of interesting. Is that the case no matter how I deform this? Sorry. Because that tells me there's another hard-coded offset they're doing there. Let's make it a really extreme deformation. Yeah, okay, so they are definitely doing something. So this is strange. Why is this line kind of cut there? And here, is that even straight? I think it's straight. Let's try to doubt myself. Just to make it a very extreme offset. I think it's straight. Let me take a screenshot and escape it. It might not be. It's not straight. What? So why is this corner cut there and that corner cut there and that corner cut there, but also here somehow? And not these. This is not... Is this even symmetric? It's not even symmetric. It's not even symmetric. What? Who wrote this code? This is crazy. So it's like the top left and the bottom right have this weird cut there, but not the others. I'm gonna take some screenshots and maybe like ask Twitter or something because this is ridiculous. So somehow there is a cut point, but instead of being at the midpoint, I think that's a bug. Instead of the cut point being at the midpoint of the, like, extrapolation, it's a 0.25. And at the bottom, it's the other way around. So one thing that is probably true is that I believe these corners are similar to the overall warp deformer. So we can escape that. I have used this one. If I take no, actually no, they're not, because the warp deformer is like this. No, that does not make sense. There has to be some geometry going on here that makes sense. Is the angle between the thick lines the same? It looks that way. Which thick lines? These are not the same. There's a mismatch there. In this one. What if I fully deform this to like +2? So now it's fully folded over, and it makes even less sense. Top right and bottom left look similar. Yeah. I think these two corners are probably the same. Just inverted probably. So if we do click, no. Click, and set it to green. Make sure I got these points right, because it should be about the middle of the texture, so it should be around there-ish. And these should be on the edge because of the way the texture is set up. And let me make this a little transparent. Yeah, so something like that. And this point should be here-ish. So if I take that, and flip it, They're not the same. It might just be rotated? No, it's not even that. It's not even the same. Neither flipped. So those are not similar either. This is not 3D space. I'm pretty sure they're not doing anything in 3D space because they're like... This does not work in 3D space. This does not make any sense. It's almost like the hard-coded some kind of terrible transform here. Now, the 3D rotation stuff is what is fixed by this perspective correct quads. However, that is not, does not affect the outside. It only affects the inside. If I set this to true, you will see that this inside is 3D perspective adjusted. See, that's 3D. That's the 3D perspective thing. However, the extrapolation at the edge did not change at all. I'm starting to think I might just need to use like one of those GPU dumping tools to get the vertices out of this. And hey, you okay? You okay? You want sushi? It's cursed. I wish I knew. I wish I knew.
Did you eat lunch?
No.
Holy moly. Can you leave without me?
Maybe.
Go ahead.
But this is so cursed. It's not even symmetric.
What is that?
It's the algorithm it's using to extrapolate, but it doesn't make any sense.
Your algorithm over there?
No, theirs. Like, okay, look, I figured out how they convert meshes to rotations. They take the coordinate at the center and then do minus 0.01 and then use it as the angle. It's like a random idea they had. This has to be another random idea.
Magic numbers.
Come on. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing I'm gonna tell you. Anyone else has worked on MOC3 and has this implemented and working correctly, did not do it black box. I guarantee. I might figure it out because I've done some crazy stuff with like deriving formulas black box. But I guarantee nobody that is like, if someone did this black box, they would be claiming it's black box. If they're not claiming it's black box, it's not black box. It's not clean room. Okay. See, this is where they get you. This is where, like, if you don't clean room it, they can be like, you stole that code. And that's why I need to do it on stream. And, like, I really went through this with the Apple GPUs, figuring out the power calculation formulas. And it was, like, weird powers and exponents and things. Eventually, I did a fitting thing in, like, Excel to figure out what the formula was. I'm gonna have to do something similar for this.
Mathematician. Is my base falling?
I don't know. Maybe.
Are you sure?
So I think what? Yes, I need to eat, but is there a way of getting like a metal?
And it's hot here. Did you put aircon?
Is there a way to have a metal debugger that runs on arbitrary applications, or mind you, I could even just use the old dumping tools we did for Asahi that would dump like vertex erase stuff. That would be funny.
Hi.
I don't know if you can run GPU traces.
Please.
What? Okay, thank you. Yes, nice.
I got some soy sauce here. And salmon sashimi.
Okay. Do you have soy sauce here? Okay.
I'm about that.
I'll eat. I think there's a way of doing this. Metal capture frame dump. There's gotta be some kind of outside of Xcode, yeah, something like that. You add something in the info list. But then you need to add code, which I do not have. Hold on. Does RenderDoc support metal? I don't know. No.
Oh.
I need to take a break. wanna be here?
Adashi?
Okay.
I ganbare. I don't wanna ganbare. Hi, chat.
Get in front of the phone.
Oh, she told me to get in front of the phone. Hi, 皆さん。星野レナです。よろしくお願いします。本日ね。何それ？わかりません。全然わかりません。それは何？メタルサンプルコード。わかりません。Hello everybody. What is my wife doing? She's doing metal sample code. When did she get into machine learning? Also, how is her Mac setup? I told her how to use Mac, because I actually use Mac the most. That's already a lot of bookmarks. Oh, because it's just transferred. Yeah, just the same account. Can I move it? Oh, wait, what? This is YouTube Studio? Hello, Big Nicole. Hello, Mario. You don't know who I am. Ha ha ha. You're not too smart, thank you. I think I'm smart too.
No. Hello?
Say I'm smart.
You're smart.
What are you doing? What is metal anyway?
Graphics API in my phone?
So? Okay. I didn't know this is YouTube Studio.
It is.
This is a model?
That's a model.
Okay, tell me what the grid is doing?
Well, the grid is just a square grid that is being deformed, and the inside is very obvious. The outside, I have no idea what's going on.
It's arriving.
But
But the company is new, apparently.
okay.
Hi.
Hi. It might be easier to do this with more divisions in the deformer, because I think they have two different things. One that is using the four corners to do something, and then another one that is using the points on the edges. And they might be stacking in a strange way. So I think I need to take a couple samples with a split and without. Yeah, I'm gonna having to do this on Windows or something.
Don't forget the sashimi. It's expensive. You can leave the sushi you don't want to eat. Oh, it's already? You don't want...
I need some, but it's just first.
疲れた。私ね、浅草そう、船長店舗。
戦争時。
多分there. I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
And I left.
Okay.
Because there's too many people.
Uh-huh.
And I want to go with you.
Mm.
それだけ。
I just realized even those aren't straight. Mm. This is the last thing I'm gonna do today, so.
When you're done,
Mm.
put this in the fridge so you have cold water next time.
Okay.
Hi, chat.
A nap. So I think there's actually two different things going on here. First of all, let's look at this in Inkscape. So you can see here, there's you can see they are doing the triangle thing again, right? So this one to this one. I take the right edge there. It should be about there and about here. So this edge lines up, this edge does not line up, right? Sorry, it, what am I doing? Brain fart. Yeah, so you can see there's a break there, right? In the line. So they have two triangles here, right? There's one triangle here. And then another triangle there. So it looks like they are interpolating. For one, they're interpolating in quads still, right? So they're interpolating quads and then they're doing the dumb triangle thing within the quad. Let me try just drawing some things on top and see if something makes sense. So there's that. And down here, it somehow goes all the way to here. And then it doesn't even go all the way there. There's like a separate corner there. And then you get this corner. Now here's another quad deal. That's like two triangles, right? This is probably not straight, or if it is, it's just because the triangles happen to be aligned like that, but I think they're not. It might be. So then what's going on here? This is strange. It's like there's another triangle going on here, right? Is this a straight line? That is a straight line. In fact, that is horizontal, isn't it? Yeah, it's a horizontal line, so that's important. Are these lines straight? No, those are not straight. So there's a break there. Then we have another 2 triangles going on there. So it does seem like they are still interpreting quads. Yeah, so there's another break there. So those 2 triangles are, I think, similar. Yeah, so those do line up. Let's make this a smaller line. So that tells us the plane formula for those 2 triangles is the same. But for this one, it's not. Although no, sorry, that's not right. You still get the center is still gonna be in the center. They're just different. But these, though, do seem to line up. So these are symmetrical. The top and bottom ones are not. The line doesn't mean anything. Okay, are these lines parallel to anything? So if I do Control-C, Control-V on this, snap. Okay, so those lines are parallel all the way to here. So it's almost like they messed up a split point. Like they intended to do half of the edge, and they somehow ended up with 0.25. Yeah, I think I can figure something out to get the vertex data, but I might not need to if I can take some educated guesses here. Okay, and these are also parallel, it looks like. So it's starting to make some sense. Are these parallel to any of these? No. I think the same story is going on here. Those are parallel, and then we have the triangle there. Okay, I'm gonna do another test. I'm going to do one with a... four by four offset. And let's only change one side. So the inner points don't do anything. We know that. That's fine. We only care about the points on the edges. The edge point, for example, at 0, 2. Just that one. Oh, that's weird already. I did not intend to rotate that. Is there a reset model position? Shift set model lock. Whoops. Let's get this locked. That did not work. What? Oh, it's while config is open. Okay, yeah, but that doesn't help me. Anyway, Yeah, it's like a 0.75 in there. If I do a 2x2, and I only offset the exit 1. Yeah, that weirdness there again. So you can kind of see how the formula is changing here, though. Let's see if this one makes any sense first. If the geometry here makes any sense. Now, the points already exist. What it is doing is we actually have 64 by 64 points underneath. That's why I can do more subdivisions than this. But the grid is just for visualization, but there's more points in the texture. However, so what's going on here is, okay, we only moved that 1 point, right? And so you can see there that like these are still horizontal. However, there's a dumb triangle thing going on there, right? So the triangle thing we can ignore because we know that's just because they subdivide triangles. I believe they are transforming quads. And then they just have the non-perspective interpolation for extrapolation still. So I think we can ignore the triangle subdivision there. And we only have to care about these corner points, right? How are these corner points computed? So is this length the same as this length? Yes. So this is a this one is a parallelogram. And then this is just a whatever that is. So one interesting thing is that this point is outwards further than this point here. So if we can figure out this distance from here to here, everything else can be, for this case, can be inferred from this picture. So the question is, what is this distance here to here to here? And it might have something to do with this 0.75 thing going on here. So if we take this line, we take that line, okay, I see what's going on there, I think. I think you see what's going on there, yes. So what they are doing is, in just this x-axis, they are basically taking the x position of the y position of the extrapolated mesh. And they're saying, okay, so between the two, between this mesh subdivision, they continue the same slope as inside until 0.75, and then they stop for some reason. Or rather, coming from the top, because the 0, 0 is here at the top. For 0.25, they do nothing. Then they use the same slope to get to the division. And it looks like this is the same thing. For 0.25, they do nothing. Then they use the same slope to get to the same point. Now, the algorithm we use cannot be accumulative, because that would not make any sense. So, how do we express this? What if we have more than one point, right? If we do a... let's go back to 4x4 and see if it follows the same rule. And let's do the exact same change in 4x4. Yeah, it's the same thing, right? This is the same slope as that, I think. I feel like they have an off by 1 error. I feel like what they're doing is they're subdividing by 4 for some reason. They're doing a divide, by 4 for some reason. They're subdividing by 4 because we know that after doing the quad and like corner points, they just do triangle interpolation. So how would the math work for that? Because remember, this has to be a very simple code, right? Let's first think about how it would work for the normal interpolation. So we, for the normal interpolation, you would basically first get the grid square you're in, right? So you have a grid square, you get the control point at, you get the 4 corners of the square you're in, right? It's going to be PA, PB, PC, and PD. And so for the dumb triangle interpolation, what they're basically doing is they are if the point is let's see, what's the math for that? Full priority to divide for not to divide by 4. I don't think so, because I don't think there's really anything unknown that makes any sense. I think this is just a really dumb algorithm that you came up with for extrapolation. Oh, hold on. I said 0.25, but actually that's just because oh, hold on. I have an idea. I think I know what's going on. 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 Instead of double the size, it's quadruple the size. And I bet it's gonna make a lot of sense. Or even octuple the size. Where am I? Not here. Make test. Minus one, of course, because 2 to 2. I mean, it makes sense that you would add 1 to each side, right? That's actually 3 times the size, which makes sense for subdivision purposes. Wait, what did I just do? No, okay, so 3 times is weird. If I want 4 times, wait, now I'm confusing myself. I make a size 4 scale. And just do that. See, now it's at the half point of that break that it's doing that. What if I make it 8? Wait, so if I do minus 2, hold on. I'm a little confused now. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Suddenly this makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? So this is the actual deformer now. Suddenly this makes a lot more sense. You see what's going on there? It's actually a deformation that is losing it's losing weight as it gets away from the deformer. Which also makes sense because you wouldn't want to just extrapolate forever if you have a tiny little deformer and something goes wrong, right? So if we let's fix our texture so it actually shows this right. And I might want to make a texture bigger for this one actually. Okay, so suddenly this makes sense. It's still weird and broken, but it makes more sense. Let's take this and just move this here and say we are deforming. So in this case is this quad here, right? So the actual square we are dealing with is this one. It's a little weird now because of the way we've done this, but I see what they're doing. So they are probably extrapolating the deformer out, and so it's 0 to 1, but they are symmetrically extrapolating outwards probably, or something like that. Yeah, well, I'm gonna move the whole thing and make it even bigger. Let's do it like this. Yeah, I think what they're doing is basically they are creating an expanded deformation around it. They're creating artificial points around it. And so that's where, and then they're just doing the triangle thing, right? And so that's why it's looking weird. So let's keep doing the same thing, but I'm just going to change the visualization to use the right textures first, which in this case would be... so let's do 2 by 2 on either side, which means I need 5. So this would be 0.25, 0.25, 2. 0.75 plus, what is that? 875? Yeah. And let's keep the 64 by 64. That should be enough. And so now the warp vis we want is actually from -2 to 3 because we are expanding by 2 on either side. If I run that, now you see what's going on there. So you can see what happened here is that, okay, there's a triangle interpolation going on, but basically they took this point here, which is offset for some reason. Wait, what? Oh no, I did that again. Why is the point here now different? Did I mess up the offsets? Something's wrong. It's not actually aligned with the deformer. Is it because my... Oh, okay, so my texture divisions are not right now. It should be... right, of course. It's just the texture rounding. I need 4, 8, 16... It's 10 times 4, it's 40. 40 by 40 I want to make it line up. So let's do 80 by 80. Okay, there you go. So now it's good. And now you can kind of see what's going on. So what's going on is that they have this triangle that happened here. So they really just have another division here is really all there is to it. It's like the deformer just has another expansion to 4 times its normal dimension, and that is undeformed. And then they just interpolate based on that. And they have this stupid triangle thing going on. Now it's very simple all of a sudden. So now the question is, are the corners gonna do something weird? Let's find out. So first of all, let's make sure this is symmetric, that what they're doing there is reasonable in all yeah, it's the triangle thing, but it's the same thing that happens inside when you turn off the perspective correct interpolation, so we know that. I don't even know why they triangulate them, because like this isn't actually a GPU triangle. It's just being interpolated as a triangle, which is just strange. Like, I don't know why you would do that. It's like you take the x plus y, and if that's greater than 1, you interpolate one way, otherwise you interpolate the other way? It's just really weird. Why do we do that? Anyway, let's see if this is symmetric. Which I kind of expected to be at this point. So, 1, 0. Let's do 0, 1. And let's also do the... Let's do all of them, actually. I'm sorry, 4, and then 3. This is 4. That right? Yeah, you can see what's going on there. That's exactly what's going on. And now the question is it the same for the corners? Or are the corners going to break something really badly? So if on top of that I move a corner, because we know the corners somehow affect everything. Yeah, okay. Well, now you can get it. Yeah, now you see what's going on here, right? And that's where the ×4 comes from. For the intervening points, of the mesh, they're first doing that extra interpolation. And they say those points cost twice because they do this thing, right? They first do something about the corners, and then they apply that and the extrapolation for every point. So, now the only question is, how is the outside being interpolated based on these? At least it's true that it is just being an expanded grid like this, right? And these are probably always non-subdivided. Yeah? Yeah.
Really?
Well, it makes more sense than the previous one.
So nice. And it's making progress.
Yes.
So when did we sleep?
Pretty soon, if you give me about maybe less than 30 minutes just to kind of write this down somehow.
Is there? Oh shit.
Huh?
That's the spider?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Just leave it there.
It's still there?
It's okay. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
It's still alive?
Probably.
Ew.
She's scared of bugs. Okay. So let's get rid of these and just look at the corners now. and see if we can make that make sense. Okay. Yeah, so you can see that the corners are basically... They use the corners to create an outer shape. And then just deform within that. Right? So, the only thing left to figure out is how they... What do they do with those corners? There's some weird wiggliness here. Strange. It's not me, right? There's like a wiggliness going on there. But that's just the cuts from the triangle, I think. Because this one is a 4x4, so actually it's splitting here, right? And then there's a triangle cut through here, so that's why those are weird. Yeah. It's almost like they're computing a shear transform based on the points. And I mean, I guess it has to at least scale, right? Like if I make it wider, it should just scale normally, right? Yeah. So obviously they're calculating the overall shape there. And I guess what they're trying to do probably is for one, make rotations work, right? Make rotations work globally. So essentially what's going on is if you have is it just the average of the corners, for example? It might just be the average. Let's see if I can sort of geometrically work out what the formula is here. So we have this corner going on. Should be around there. That's the angle of the inner point. And if you look at the angle here, it's probably exactly half, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. I just scale this up. Yeah, see? It's probably just off by, like, whatever. So I think there's like some kind of coordinate system you can use to calculate this. Essentially, it is a 2D shear transform inferred from 4 points. And so there's like one extra degree of freedom that you lose and average out. Off by a little here, just checking if the... Yeah, so let's make it a little more accurately. It would be around there. And the point here, more accurately, is around here. So if I take that... Here, scale it up. Without scaling line widths. Yeah, it has to be that, right? So let's make sure the other points do the same thing. Because they might not. So if I do the one at 0, 4... And just... At 0, 4, it would have to be... subtracting in the x direction. I just did that backwards. But yeah, you can see that the effect there, right? So if I do the other corner in the exact same way, and if I then do the same thing with a actually I can just take a screenshot of this. I think it's going to be obvious. Yeah, you can see how that line crosses both control points. So if the 4 points define a shear transform, then you get exactly that. If they don't, it's like the extra degree of freedom just gets averaged away. Yeah, I'm generating it. This is the warp deformer, and this is the extrapolation of the warp deformer, which is not really well documented. But I figured out what it does is it's basically extrapolating a fine transform from the four corners of the warp deformer, and then uses that to virtually expand the deformer to 5 times its size, and then extrapolates that way. And it uses a dumb triangle interpolation between those. So just to confirm that this is really doing the right thing, if I let's only modify one side. If I do 0, 4 and then do 0 and 0, 3, so just plus 0, 3. If I just add y to the y, yeah, then you get that shear. If I just add x, then you get that shear. So I just need to figure out how to calculate this formula. Oh, I think I know how to do this. I think it makes sense. You take them as vectors, and you take them as your unit vector. So this would be +1 on the x and the y. And then these would be +1 on the x and the y, right? Yeah, I think that's all you do. And that makes sense. And I'm guessing this is always centered on the center of the deformer. So even though the deformer space is always 0 to 1, what you actually have is expanded from the center. And I messed that up again. So the important part is that in coordinate space, this transform here still has the same center as the deformer. Yes, okay. So I have to simplify the math later, but you can see what happened here. We took... No, it doesn't. Ah! No, it does not add up to the center. Hold on, what happened here? In this direction it does, but not in this one. Is it aligned on the top left corner then? No. Wait, hold on, what? So where is the center then? The center of this transform is not where I expect it to be. Is it at the center of the 4 coordinates? Oh, it might be. It might just be at the like, yeah, that would make sense. At the like barycenter, right? Because this I added how much to it? What did I just do to it? Oh, I did 0.3 on both. Yes, okay. Which means we would have 1/4 of that as offset here. And I can prove that by adding some guides. Because of course you want to be around the center, right? So add some guides, and then the offset we have here is from this corner to here. And if I take 1/4 of that, that is the offset. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. So I'm gonna write this down and not not exactly prove it or optimize the math. Mesh, warp deformers, interpolation. Legacy is using triangle interpolation, where if the within division coordinates exceed the x plus y plus 1 line, then interpolate using the outer triangle. Otherwise, let's write it out here. Let's make a little ASCII diagram. So we need 4 times. So and then finally, so the triangle interpolation here is because it's affine. I think it always is gonna be clean. Let me just mess with it a little bit to make sure that it is what I think it is. Let's just do some random stuff. Just make sure the corners never have any triangle. Effects. Or do they? I think they do. Yeah, they do. They do. So the corners are interpolated as one triangle. As one grid square. Again with the triangle thing. So I'm just gonna erase these sections here because that's logically just one square. Just give it division so you can see that it is that size. That is Yeah, this is math. If it lies inside the E, F, G, H corners, Okay. Finally, we have an answer to this craziness. Okay, this is, I think this is exhaustive. I think this is what is going on. So this is going to be interesting to map to GPU compute. I guess essentially what you have to do is give it the affine transform formula pre-computed on the CPU, and then the GPU would just compute the grid division. If it exceeds the max or the min, it would like for a given axis, it would use the affine formula and then interpolate between that. Use the affine formula to pick out extra divisions. Something like that. It's quite weird. optimizing this is gonna be interesting. Okay. How the mark looks on this render, we'll see. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it a day. This was an interesting investigation into a kind of crazy extrapolation algorithm. So but I think this is exhaustive. So hopefully this is fine. And I think this is pretty much everything I wanted to find out. I think with the information we have, we can write a renderer for this. So that's gonna be next time. I was wondering if I should do a Python one or just go straight to Rust. I might just go straight to Rust and try to make like a, you know, a proper library for this, but we'll see. All right. Thank you everyone for coming. Any questions? Anything else? Whew. Yeah, this is pretty cursed. What keyboard is that? These are Cherry MX Browns. Why is your backspace speed so fast? You mean the macOS? There, you can change the settings for that with like the command line. There's like, you can set the key repeat faster than the UI lets you. You can search for that. It's a thing you can do. When front-end GUI? Oh, that's gonna be much later. First, we need to go and get it rendering. So yeah, that's all for today. Thank you all. Thank you everyone for coming. I'll see you all next time. Bye bye. Bye.